I'm well. Of course.
So we should be live, everybody. So if you're on YouTube and you're watching, please give us a shout in the chat. Let us know that you're here, you're alive, everything's well. And yeah, where are you tuning in from? This morning we're going to be doing portrait, a lot of portrait individual, which has been the most popular category by far in terms of what we've received. So we've got a lot to get through today, and I'm just going to put the view onto the judges. So if you just want to pick up a microphone and introduce yourselves, tell us what you've been doing here, tell us all about what you do, and we can't wait to hear about you. Hey, Heidi. Hi. So just a reminder, always speak into the microphone.
Okay.
Because otherwise the people at home can't hear you, as well as the people behind you, but particularly for the feed. So, yeah, take it away, Alison.
Good morning. I'm Alison Carlino from Sugar Land, Texas, near Houston, and this is my 22nd WPPI. I'm teaching, I'm judging. I am so encouraged by the inspirational art that we saw this year. Also an entrant, and so I'm here to learn as well as be inspired by all of you. So excited to see.
Hey everyone, I am William Adwin. This is my 5th year, so not quite up to par, but I'm catching up. Eventually I will be on my 20. Eventually I'll get to my 22nd, but I love it here. I love the print competition, and right now I'm looking at some amazing paper samples from Canson, and the texture is fabulous. Wedding photographer from Jersey City.
Good morning, my name is Heidi Margoscy. I'm a fine art portrait photographer based in Petaluma, California, originally from Australia. I just love being a part of this process. This is, I think, my 5th or 6th WPPI, and just being immersed in the work and getting to celebrate the art and the artists behind the work is just a true joy. Couldn't be more proud to be here.
Good morning, everybody. Meanwhile, I'm behind the scene printing for you guys to have fun.
Fabulous. We can't wait.
Great. Thank you so much. So, are we done it? Dario, are we ready with the first print? And while we just wait for Dario to get the first print, we can enjoy this beautiful picture here. And let's just see. The title is Dominion. Don't be shy, guys.
Yeah, I just want to compliment the maker on the beautiful pose, how feminine that is. It's lovely with the hand and the way you've bent the knee toward the camera, and you've shifted her hips, and her shoulders are on different angles, and her chin is turned a little bit more toward the upper shoulder, which gives her a lovely air of confidence. I love the textures on there as well. Perhaps the loss in the detail and the blacks would be something that I would recommend you working on a little bit more. Render those blacks a little bit better with your tones.
Yeah, I agree. This is a beautiful portrait. So feminine, so moody, so much drama. I love a good dramatic portrait. I think this has been handled really nicely. What I'm seeing is just a few little hot spots of light, particularly on that knee that's coming forward. Maybe a way to avoid that would be to bring the knee just slightly more to the side. So instead of it being sort of front and center, you just kind of angle it a little bit more. That will also help with the pose's shape, give her that really nice S-curve. Excuse me. But yeah, we could stand to see just a little bit more of those blacks coming up. So just watch out there. You could either, supplement an additional light or shift your light around until you're really getting that whole subject. I can't quite tell what she's standing on, but I love that little sort of pop of sort of texture at the bottom, and I wouldn't mind seeing that toe just pointed a little bit up, which would further enhance the pose. But otherwise, this top of the pose works really well, so just make sure when you're posing that from literally the top of the head to the toes is all cohesive, and that will really sort of, further enhance the image. But well done, it's really striking.
Yeah, a really beautiful portrait here. And one thing I'd like to add that I appreciate is the nice soft dimensional light coming from off-camera left. It just adds to, we're looking at a two-dimensional surface here. So when you start introducing dimensional light, it gives this illusion of depth, and especially when there's a person there, it feels like a heartbeat and someone breathing. So there's a nice dimension to this. It also shows off the texture because of the dimensional light through the, I'm not sure what the official name for it is, but the headpiece that she's wearing, which is a really beautiful headpiece. One thing I would mention, and I agree with my fellow friends here with everything they've said so far, another thing I would add is that I feel like her expression is a slightly different message than what her body language is. So the body language is, it is beautiful, it has a nice reverse curve, but it also has this kind of sense of somewhat being closed off and perhaps contemplative, perhaps, not overtly expressive, but her face is a little different from that expression. Her face is almost a little more optimistic and positive than the somewhat held back body language. And so I would think about the facial expression, and this is a subtle difference. I'm getting really picky here. But when you're thinking of the entire figure, think of the expression on someone's face, and then think of the body language, and are those two things consistent or not? And I feel like there's just a slight disconnect, but overall, a really nice job by the maker.
Really great comments. And can we just make way? Dame Kelly Brown is with us. And thank you so much, Kelly, for coming. What a treat this is.
I can move back here. You can move over closer to me, and then we'll have more room.
Kelly, do you just want to quickly take a microphone and introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, thanks, Bill. Hi, everybody. I am Kelly Brown. Hi to our online team. Wow, I was here yesterday, so I'm back to do another couple of hours here in the judging room. I'm really excited to be here with some of my fellow judges that we got to judge with the other day, and this is an exciting part of the process. So if you didn't submit images, that's okay. You're going to learn a ton. But if you did submit images, you're in for a real treat.
Fantastic. Okay, so Dario, should we move on to the next print? Keep things flowing a little bit. Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. Just giving a shout out to the audience. Yeah. Do you want to maybe pass it to Bill, and Bill can print handle for you? Just doing some little logistics. We got a bit of a tight space here, and we got a full house as well. We got lots of people coming. Please take a seat. If you do sit on the stools, just be careful. Yeah, just safety first,
All right, I have a leather jacket on and a glove.
Nice. It is the look of Vegas.
Feel free in the chat as well if you're watching. Oh no. I jinxed it.
I literally said to him, bring a chair over. You're not going to. He's a show off. Okay. Just has to have the attention on him. Just has to get the attention.
I think for the gentleman. This is all individual portrait. And the title, let me give you a title as well. So, Measured Grace.
Measured Grace. That's actually a really intriguing title for this image. For me, my first impression here is this beautiful muted color palette. Those dusty pinks in the skirt. I'm just trying to read the name of the paper here. It's something satin. Sarah, can you tell me what that paper is? I can't quite read the paper. Something satin. Yeah, I can't read it from here. What does it say? Somerset satin. The paper choice here is beautiful for this particular print. The colours are gorgeous. Dario's dancing, for those of you that can't hear him. I've actually not used, I'm a Canson Infinity ambassador, so I use Canson papers, but I've actually not used this paper.
Oh, it's great.
And it's beautiful. The texture in the background, bringing out all of that beautiful kind of, it's sort of like a oh God, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, it's very subtle anyway in the background, but it's kind of giving me rich chocolate vibes. I'm enjoying the sort of, the placement of the subject here as well in the frame. I think the pose is very intriguing here. I'm going to let some of my fellow judges talk a little bit more about that. In terms of what I would score this, I'd probably be sitting somewhere in those high sort of 70s here for impact. But to bring me up into that next scoring range, I'd probably be looking for a slightly different direction and intensity of light here. I feel that it's a little too flat there on the chest with that arm kind of coming towards the, sort of coming in behind her there with that lighter top on her. I would have preferred, well, it's very easy for me to say that I would have preferred, but to improve this in terms of the way that you've posed the subject, potentially having that light placement on the left-hand side, sort of coming in across that hand and face to light that up first, and then let that light kind of fall off onto that upper body, sort of on the right-hand side of the subject there. But I'm definitely interested to see what my other judges have to say. Oh, yeah.
I'll give you paper. Give me a mic. There we go. Yes. Great comments by Kelly. You had mentioned the pose, and that's something I wanted to talk about. I have to commend the maker for doing a great job with choosing a basic design scheme and repeating it. So what you see in this is a reverse curve, or an S curve. So you can see the reverse S curve going through the body of this figure. You can see the reverse curves going through the both arms, and a reverse curve has a fluid sense of mood to it, and as compared to using a very strong vertical or horizontal or something like that. So the maker did a good job of choosing a basic design scheme and not just using it once, but repeating it throughout the pose.
Bill, can you just expand on the reverse S curve?
Yeah. So a reverse curve or S curve is S curve explains it more. It literally looks like the letter S. And it doesn't have to exactly look like the letter S, but it can kind of, you imagine somewhat of a winding or turning road from above. It kind of turns one way, and then it turns the other way, and it could be more than an S. It can go to the right, it can go to the left, it could come back to the right, but basically it's a fluid line. It's not a line that's very strong and direct like a vertical or horizontal. So it has a softer feel, and it has a sense of fluidity and movement.
To Heidi, thank you so much.
Yeah, agreeing with everything everyone on the panel is saying. I really want to compliment the maker on the styling. I think the styling is so unique and beautiful. It's really sort of a cornucopia of fabric and texture and style, but it somehow works. Going back to the pose, I think what would elevate it for me is really putting a little bit more attention into the fingertips, and also perhaps raising that head just a little bit. We talked about the light source, maybe if it was placed, in front of her, that would sort of filter down onto her face and sort of catch some of that skirt. But I feel like if that chin was raised just a little bit, it would add just a little bit more power to that pose. It's very feminine. I think it would still remain feminine if the chin was lifted. And I'd love to see just a little bit of expression. Some emotion coming through that expression, I think, would really sort of bring this to the next level. One other thing I'd love to see is just a little bit more separation between the subject and the background. I think the tones are quite beautiful, but we are sort of losing her in this sort of chocolatey yumminess. So perhaps if we, placed the light in a different area or brought her forward of the backdrop, we'd get that separation. But overall, I would also place this in the, high 70s, and I think just a few tweaks to bring it up into the next level. But congratulations.
Have you spoken?
You want all four of us to speak?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, unless you don't have anything else to add, yeah. It's up to you.
To give us a score too?
Yeah, give a hypothetical what you would score it, why, and what it potentially could go up to.
Yeah, I agree with my judges here. I measured grace was the title. Is that correct?
Yes.
You think of angles when you're measuring something. Well, she's got angles in her arms, but it's still graceful. So I think the title was done here really well. But I just recommend that you take that backhand and give it a little bit more of a finesse to finish this off, but still keeping the angles. Yeah, nice job.
Great stuff. So yeah, that's Somerset satin paper. For a fine art matte paper, it is really deep, and the colors are just really rich and intense. It's probably the richest and deepest of the matte papers I've come across so far. Study of light and shadow. Study in light and shadow. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, congratulate the maker on the tones with her skin and the gray. It's really nice. It brings it home with her hair. I love the curve of her neck and down the back, and it's cropped, above the breast line. It's really nicely done on that sense. Improvements, I would say, when you're going to go with profile with the face, go all the way profile so you don't see eyelashes sticking out. Otherwise, bring the nose inside the cheek, and that way you'll see a little bit more of that forward or opposite eye.
Yeah, I absolutely agree there with that side profile, because look at that face. Like, what an incredible face to do a full side profile, just kind of turning that head a little bit further around towards that back shoulder and lifting that chin slightly. Another thing for me here in terms of overall impact, I love what you said about those beautiful rich tones. That's where the impact is here for me, and that play on, the title with light and shadow works really well here with the intentional way that this portrait has been lit there. For me, I feel like it's a little off balance with the brightest part of the image here just kind of being slightly off-centered and not really kind of falling into, say, one of those, intersecting lines when we look at our rule of thirds. So either positioning her face, that brightest part of the image, smack bang in the middle of the frame here, or just having her a little bit further off to the right-hand side so that that direction, the way that she's looking with her face, can lead you into more of that beautiful negative space there, because we've got amazing texture in the background. One little thing that I just wanted to kind of point out from an editing perspective as well, just be careful of some of the haloing around the body there. They're just at the back of the neck there, leading you down into that back shoulder. There's just a little bit of a highlight there that needs retouching.
Yeah, agreeing with everything that's been said. What a stunning portrait, what a stunning subject to work with. I really love the cinematic tonality of this. There's something quite otherworldly about it, and I actually really appreciate the choice of background on this. So the backdrop, whether it's a canvas, I like that there's just a little bit of texture in there, because I think if it was a flat background, it would really sort of finish with a different vibe. Agreeing with it's just been just a little sort of left of center there with the highlights. So yes, perhaps shifting her pose of just her head. I would also be interested to give her a little more space above her head. I do love a tight crop, but I would love to see this cropped vertically, just to see if there's that space that sort of, I don't know, gives her that extra exhale up there. But otherwise, I think it's really beautiful. I think you've handled the post-production pretty well. Just watch out for those highlights, but well done.
Yeah, very much agree. I don't think I could add any more critiques on how to improve this, because everyone kind of mentioned what I would mention. However, I do want to acknowledge the maker for two things here that they did really well. So first, the value scheme here. If you look at the image and just squint your eyes, which is a good thing to do with any of your photography, it simplifies the lights and darks. It shows you the highest areas of contrast and areas of less contrast. And when you look at this and you squint, that highest area of contrast is right to her face and her eyes, which is really where you want it to be. And the body is secondary. So I commend the maker on controlling the lights and the darks in an appropriate way to bring your attention to the area of focus. And then in close proximity to that, a lot of times, and I'm going to mention the eye here and the placement of the eye. A lot of times when photographers are photographing someone profile or close to profile, they tend to have the person look straight ahead, or they might even be looking away from the camera. And what ends up happening when you're photographing from a profile point of view is you see too much of the whites of the eyes. This is not something that's happening here. So the maker was aware of this to give their subject some direction to move their eye a little bit to the left, so you see more of the pupil and the iris, because if you get too much of the whites of the eye, we call it zombie eye, especially if they're looking away from the camera. So kudos to the maker for being aware of eye placement with a profile or close to profile image.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And Bill, thank you so much for stepping in and doing the print handling. Yeah. And the next image, there we go. So we're lucky enough to have a BenQ monitor, so the audience can also see on the screen, on a calibrated screen, what we're looking at as well. And it's kind of cool because it means we can go and take a look at the histogram if we need to. Fallen. Title is Fallen.
I'm really loving all of these beautiful tones, these earthy kind of red golds. This is a very intriguing portrait with the choice of styling and the wings here. The placement of the subject and the wings within the frame works really well here for me. I'm enjoying that, and there's a level of discomfort in terms of her pose, but it goes so well with the title. I'm going to let somebody else talk a little bit more about the posing, but for me, when it comes to printing a really dark image like this on a fine art paper, we've got to be careful that we don't start to lose detail in some of those darker sort of shadowy areas that blend into a dark background. So as Sarah mentioned, we're looking at this BenQ monitor over here, and we can see, so much beautiful sort of separation between the fabric on the floor and the background, but in the print it's just falling off a little bit there on the left hand side of the print. So whilst I love Archer's 88 paper, it's amazing. Sometimes, looking at your different papers to get the best result for a particular image is something I recommend. I usually print my images on 3 different papers to choose the right paper for the image. There's still detail in here, but depending on whether or not you want to show more detail and get the maximum results from your print, that would be my advice. There's a few little highlights around sort of like the forehead and the nose that are just a little bit too bright, as Bill mentioned before, squinting and bringing your eye to some of those brighter areas. So just kind of controlling the intensity of the light there could benefit that as well. But I'd probably set this in the 80s, maybe sort of around that sort of 83, 84 mark here. It's definitely got lots of impact, and as I said, I'm really enjoying that color palette.
I love the beautiful design that the wings make. It just follows your eye, and it leads your eye right to the brightest part, which is right onto her face. I got up close and I looked at the piece of fabric that's coming off of her camera left eye, and I thought, why didn't we finesse that off? But fallen from grace, or fallen. I mean, now it looks like a red. An abrasion, a scratch, a tear, but it's got impact, and so I love that it's actually there, whether they did that on purpose or not. That's beautiful.
Gosh, what a beautiful image, and kudos to the maker. This is really quite stunning. There's honestly not a lot of changes I would make if it were my image, but if we sort of hone in and talk about posing, and sort of my judges here, my fellow judges, have talked a lot about the things that I would have said. But you could finesse the pose a little. I actually quite like the discomfort of it, but if you wanted to take it to just a slightly more refined pose, I would perhaps lift the pointer finger on that hand that's by her face to just sort of give her what I call ballet hands. You could do that. That could elevate it a little. And you might want to think about sort of giving me a little bit of level dimension in both of those knees, because right now they're just sort of both at the same level, and I understand that one's tucked under there, but perhaps coming up more on the toe on that left leg would just give her just that little bit more elegance. But I think because of the title, this really works, and again, the styling is beautiful, and that little part on her cheek, that's the material where it's gathered, it really does look like almost a tear or a scar. But overall, I think this has been handled very well. And I would also put this in the 81, 83 range.
Yes, I very much agree with everything being said here. And I want to go back to something I mentioned earlier about body language and deciding on what's the story, what's the narrative that you want to say. And I think the vast majority of this is consistent with the body language in terms of telling the story. This is fallen. This is a fallen angel. So the head tilted to the side, the expression is this kind of fallen and sad expression. The hands and arms kind of supporting themselves and holding themselves because they're fallen and they need this support from themselves. The sitting on one of the legs, which is kind of, immobilizing. All of those things are consistent with this idea of fallen. So a few areas where it could have continued that idea of fallen is this subject's left leg is vertical and it's more stable. So if an option would have been to angle that and kind of having it tapering off to the side because it's not stable, because again, this is fallen, and the rest of the body language is saying, I am not stable, I have fallen. And I'd be curious what one of the wings would look like if it was broken, because you've got two very strong wings, however, this is a fallen angel. So choosing an idea, choosing a theme, and paying attention to every body language, every part of the body, and every element to repeat that idea of fallen. So there could have been maybe an increased fallen factor, if that makes sense, with just a few things. But overall, yeah. Kelly just said feathers on the ground, exactly. So think of, I'll say to all the makers out there, whatever you're creating, here's my theme, here's my narrative. How many boxes can I check off repeating that? And that's what strengthens an image. But overall, really well done with this image.
Love that you said that.
Yeah,
Love
yeah.
that.
That was really
Um,
careful, Bill.
So the maker is here. Yeah, we recorded it.
Amazing image.
Beautiful.
Just looking at the paper.
We always get so excited when the photographer's in the room. It's like, oh my God. We had a few moments yesterday as well. No, she just arrived, but
Do you mind if we take a group shot with Christina and the judges?
yeah, of course.
Sure.
Yes.
Group shot with her and the judges.
I'll just stand here.
Thank you.
quick break for pictures. Well, that was cool. So the camera just figured out that everybody had moved, and the camera just automatically tracked everybody. So that was cool. I now have to get it back in place. Yeah. Yeah. I'm working on it. Hang on a second. That's all right. I'm just a little bit slow here. So this is Wishful Thinking.
I guess I'll start here because the microphone's closest to me. And this has mixed emotions, which is very interesting and intriguing. And there's a tear coming down, obviously a pregnancy test. So there's this, and the expression on the face is one of being afraid or unsure. And the fingers crossed while she's holding the pregnancy test is just an added bit of detail. And in the last print we were talking about how can I take this story and narrative and repeat it. If she was just holding the pregnancy test and not holding it with her fingers crossed, it wouldn't continue that story or that narrative as much. So I commend the maker on that. And there's a slightly offset composition in the print, which I think is a good thing. I would push that even farther, because if someone is completely centered, they're very focused, and it's more balanced, but there's a sense of uncertainty here. So I would say this is a good opportunity to take a more asymmetric composition, maybe bring in more negative space off to the left, just a bit, and to purposely create this sense of tension and uncertainty. It is a little offset, but I think you could push that sense of being offset even more.
Yeah, agreed. I'm a Libra, so I'm always looking for balance. So when I see something that's just a little, off center, I'm like, okay, should we push it more, or should we push it back to where the eye wants it to go? In this case, I agree. I think it could be kind of cool if you pushed that narrative a little bit. It's a really emotive image, and I really love emotive images, so well done on bringing this out. I think the expression is giving us what we want to see. I think I would love to refine that hand pose just a little bit, because we've got sort of space between the subject's fingers on her right, but on the left they're sort of almost touching the end of that stick. So I'd love to see just that little sort of space there just to balance out that pose. I think the lighting's been handled well. At first I didn't see the tear, so we might just want to be careful about making sure that if you are adding or bringing tears into a shot like this, that we can definitely see it really well. But the lighting is quite lovely. You've got some beautiful sort of hairlight coming behind her. I'd love to see a little bit more detail in the bottom. We kind of tend to lose her in the print, not so much on the screen, but in the print we do kind of tend to just sort of lose her as we go down, and really because the hands are sort of the most prominent, I'd love to see just a little bit more definition in the blacks here, but otherwise a really lovely image, a good storytelling here, great narrative, and I would probably place this in the 78 to 79 range.
Yeah, I'm with both Bill and Heidi here on the placement of the subject here within the frame. I think you could really play here in terms of storytelling. So here's the thing when it comes to creating a storytelling image, especially for competition. You have 5 judges that will sit in front of an image, 5 judges that will see something very, very different in that photograph. And sometimes we don't need to spell it out. Sometimes leaving a little bit more intrigue and allowing the judges to create their own narrative can actually help you in terms of creating something that's storytelling. A picture should, they say is worth 1,000 words, right? So sometimes less is more when it comes to creating, sort of different elements within the frame to contribute to the storytelling. I don't think that we need both fingers crossed, perhaps one, as Heidi mentioned, tidying up the hand placement there. And there is a little bit of tension and anticipation in the way that pregnancy test is being held, but we have got a tear. So a tear for me suggests, sorrow. Her face is also very sorrowful, but yet her hands don't match the expression on the face. The hands are waiting in anticipation, but the face is let down. So go with one or the other in terms of those storytelling. Body language, like the placement of the body, like the arms and the face and everything within the frame, and how the body language interprets this story. But even, with a pregnancy test, use some of that negative space, create some negative space, put something in the background that can add to the narrative, like an empty bassinet or something, just, lit softly in the background that can help tell, the story here. So continue to explore, continue to play, because you've got a lot of potential here within this print. And as Heidi said, in terms of that tear, with it being in the shadow, light draws your eye to where you want the viewer to look. So, if you're going to add a tear or you're going to add a light, or, just be sure that it's part of the actual setup, the tears on the side that's lit. Obviously, everyone cries differently, but if someone's crying a big tear like that out of one eye, it's going to come out of the other eye eventually. Tears come out of both eyes. Come on. I cry all the time when I laugh. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like where light goes, the eye goes. So
yeah, I would place this probably 76, 77. I kept looking at the crop, and to me, since there's not a lot going on in the bottom third, a closer crop on this might help us get closer and more drawn into this. And I know when I cry, my eyes get really red, and if you look at it close up, her eyes are super white. And so for me to believe the emotion a little bit more, I need some more upsetness in the eyes.
That's very valid.
So just so you know, the photographer is right behind you.
Congratulations.
So when we're being trained as judges, do you want to pass the microphone?
I was just going to say what you said was very helpful on like placing her off and leaning into more of the offset. And I was just interested in what you said, Kelly, about like the expression not being carried into her hands. And I thought it was. And so I need to like really like kind of explore that a little bit more, why I wasn't seeing it, but maybe, like how you were seeing it. Cause, and then like you said, like maybe just one hand rather than two hands and different things. And so you did really kind of give my brain like a lot more to think about, like in the background and all of those different things. So thank you. It was very, very helpful. We appreciate it.
And I think that's the power of critique, because as artists we get so wrapped up in our images and our work, and it becomes such we feel the work cellularly, right? But then it's hard for us to step outside and see it from a subjective point of view. So this process, I know for myself, and I'm sure for all of the judges on the panels over the days, it helps immensely to get that feedback, because art is subjective, right? Everyone's going to see something different, and you might think you've nailed it, and then you'll hear 5 different opinions where you could have improved, and it just can only elevate your work. So I congratulate you, because I think this is a really courageous thing to do, not only to submit, but to sit and see it critiqued. So I think this is beautiful, and yeah, but this is exactly what I did, and I'm sure what everyone else has done on the panel. We've sat, we've listened to the critiques, and it just pushes you to, elevate your work. So well done, you.
I've paid people money to critique.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Courtney's.
Tell me yeah.
Yes.
You're not so married to like, and you can't like be malleable and actually learn, then you don't get better.
Can I give you a tip? Often when I'm wanting, we talk a lot about vision and bringing a concept to life. When I start to get an idea and a concept in my mind, it's funny, I'll go to, say, Netflix, and if it's the type of storyline that is, somewhat sort of, like sad or it's got a romantic feel to it, I will watch movies intentionally along those themes to be able to watch body language in actors and see how they respond in different scenarios. And I'll pause it, take a photo of my screen, because when it comes to posing, I want to portray a certain feel, something look that goes through the entire image. So I'll study, like other art forms. I'll study movies and kind of get ideas and things like that from there too.
You can see like micro adjustments and that you might not catch otherwise.
And it's a really cool thing to acknowledge how you feel at different points. If you're watching a movie and all of a sudden you feel really sad because you're so connected to the storyline, stop it, pause it, and connect to what is it in the image that's making, or the scene, or what's being said that's making you feel that way. Because we can portray that, we can interpret that into our art.
I love it. That's such a great tip.
That's a brilliant tip, and a really interesting segue. I know we're not doing photojournalism right now, but it's very difficult. It's along the same lines of what Kelly said, and I just somehow discovered this years ago by accident. I was like, well, I can practice portraits because I'm a wedding photographer. So it's photojournalism, it's portraits, and it's environments, it's details, it's a lot of different things. I can photograph my girlfriend, I can photograph my cat, I can photograph details. How do I practice photojournalism without people and without a story? And I started watching movies that I've never seen before and photograph the screen and try to anticipate the peak of a moment. And it works better with the larger screen you have. And don't just photograph the entire screen and click, click, click. Where's the story off to the side? Where is there a story that's portrait format while you're watching a landscape screen? But it has to be a movie you've never seen, especially if it's something that has strong storytelling. So like, I don't know what's gonna happen here, but what if I start anticipating body language and oh, there's a moment coming up, and then click, and you capture that moment. So it's an interesting way to practice photojournalism. Yep. It's an interesting way to practice photojournalism when you can't just show up at someone's wedding that you weren't hired to photograph and say, I'm just here to practice. Yeah, so.
Great stuff. What feedback? Well, I think Courtney's going to have, you got a bit of a masterclass coming because you've got other images, right? Yeah, okay, so this is the Courtney show.
The Courtney hour.
Yeah, there's yeah. This is Dreamweaver.
What's that game, the string and the fingers that we used to play as kids? What's that called?
I have no idea what the name is. See, it's really had a different name in Australia.
By the way, Heidi, Terry Jones from the UK, the Societies, just said, I'm sitting here with a big smile on my face listening to you critique this image. So
You're going to make me cry. She knows I'm a crier.
Heidi just said, she just said she knows you're... We love you, Terry. Yeah, get to work, judges.
Wow, there's so much that's gone into this image. Like, I'm actually, I've been taken aback by all the different styling elements that have been brought together here. There's so much going on, but it all works really well together. I'm enjoying the placement of the subject within the frame. The impact here for me is right up there. The wings, the symmetry of that, and then the placement of the hands in the foreground, that works really well as well. My advice when working with a background like this that's got that sort of, night sky effect, and there's lots of kind of, stars off into the distance, it is competing for attention with the other hanging elements in the background. I'm going to let my other judges talk about, the lighting and the subject and the posing and all of that. But for me, that background is just a little busy in terms of those fake stars hanging from fishing line in connection to that background. It just seems a little disjointed. So, one or the other, if that makes sense. We don't need both.
Yeah, I agree with Kelly. The first thing I noticed was that background just being a little too much in, the image for me. And I think it would make it just that little bit more dreamy if we kind of pushed that back or brought her forward. Because the background is quite intriguing and lovely. It's sort of giving galaxy, it's giving stars. But it's kind of taking away focus from the center of interest here. I'm appreciating the light. I think the light is handled really well, particularly because you've got white wings, and white wings can sometimes cause highlight issues. I think I would love to see just a slightly different facial expression when you kind of really zoom in, excuse me, and look at the mouth. This is a very serene image. It's very dreamy. It's very ethereal. But there's quite a bit of tension in her mouth. And so I would play with different expressions. Sometimes I tell clients to sort of take a deep breath in and then exhale. It's hard to demonstrate with a microphone without making the microphone pop, but just kind of releasing those lips just a little bit, because I think that would really help this expression, because everything around the image is telling me dreamy, ethereal, stars, but the mouth is just a little bit tight for me. The styling is beautiful. I think the crown might be just a slightly bit akimbo. Again, I said I'm a Libra. Balance is really important to me. It's also a trigger. So I don't know if anyone else has seen that. And I would actually give her just a little bit more space above her head and maybe bring it up from the bottom just a tiny bit. Again, because you're dealing with this sort of theme, this narrative of space and stars and dreamy, ethereal vibes. Give her a little bit more room to breathe, but well done. I would place this probably somewhere between 79 and 81.
I think this is a good example, and I would commend the maker for choosing an idea and repeating it. But we also have to know, and I'll kind of just continue what some of the other judges said, we also have to know when to practice restraint. So if a chef is seasoning a dish, it needs that seasoning, but at some point it'll become too much. So because you have this consistent design element of the sparkles and the space and the stars, even into the arms and in the wardrobe, and then it's into the background and in a crown, at some point it could get too busy. So it's important to continue a theme, but also be cognizant of when is there too much going on, and will my subject or will the viewer know where to look, because it could become a little bit too busy. So I think some restraint could have improved this image, especially with the backgrounds. But I do appreciate that the maker had an idea and developed multiple ways to show that narrative. I think backlight, in addition to the light on the subject, I think some backlight could have added a nice mood to this, especially because it is kind of in space and kind of ethereal, and if she is kind of floating in space and there's stars and there would be light behind her as well. So I think another light source could have also added to the mood that this image is going for.
I would have been an 81 here, and the judges have already said the things that I would have asked for improvements on. I don't want to actually compliment the maker on the color harmonies. You really spent a lot of time to make sure that this flowed well from the body paint, I believe, on her arms, through the background. So congratulations on those colors.
Great stuff. And moving on to the next image, we have Too Young to Say Goodbye. Too Young to Say Goodbye.
This has got sort of very Renaissance-y kind of art, ethereal. Yeah, there's definitely a mood here, and that expression and eye contact with the camera here is really drawing me into her face. The color tones, these rich, beautiful, earthy tones that are kind of coming up through the frame on a diagonal. I love the direction of that and how it's kind of leading me up around the frame. It's almost a little disjointed, but I like that. I love that it's making me feel something. A couple of things here. Just that hand at the bottom of the frame here, because we're working with so much dark material, we're starting to lose a little bit of... There is some detail when we go in and look closely, but because that hand is so much brighter than everything else around it, it just feels a little isolated there. So different hand placement, even bringing that hand up. I don't know if they can see me, but having, instead of the hand going down to the chair, bringing it up and kind of following the line of that beautiful, floral arrangement that we've got going on there, to kind of keep you within that sort of framing of that that element within the image. But otherwise, I'm really quite captivated by her expression. I'd probably be around 82.
Yeah, I am really enjoying the color tones. Loving what you said about the hand. I would prefer, if this is more of a moody, I would say I prefer to elevate this image to make sure that it's got the title of Too Young to Die, Too Young to, what did you say? Say Goodbye. With the dark tones, you might be thinking she might be suffering some kind of illness and she might be passing away soon. The lighting doesn't tell the story. I think her face is just so broad, so well exposed. It does draw my eye there, but if you take the main light and move it off to the left a little bit more and give us some more shadow detail on the camera right side, revealing maybe a Rembrandt triangle, and possibly giving a little bit of a kicker light from the back as a rim to separate that darkness just a little bit to give her some edge, I think the lighting would help tell the story better.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you have both said. I feel like I'm in an art gallery and viewing this beautiful sort of old masters painting. It's delicate, it's moody, but there's this beautiful narrative and sadness about it. I agree about the lighting. I would actually love to see sort of the lighting on her face come down just a hint, because if we're going to choose this really deep palette, I think it needs to be a little bit more consistent, because obviously that her right hand and her face and décolletage there are pretty bright. I was noticing at the bottom there's a line that goes across here, and I can see that on the screen as well. I'm not sure if that was a background extension or if it's actually the background. I don't know if my fellow judges can see that, and I know you're a technical guy, so you might be able to speak to that. So it's hard to tell what it is, and if a judge can't tell what it is, we might assume it's an error, but it's hard to tell if it's the end of the backdrop. And if it is, let's make it more visible so that I'm not questioning it. Let's. Did you want to say something, Sarah? Oh,
Okay, after you.
So on that note, because we have such darkness around there, I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more dimension, because again, as Kelly pointed out, we've got this sort of hand that's down there. It's the subject's left hand, but because of that darkness, the hand is very apparent, and that hand is literally, the fingertips are on that line. So perhaps bringing the blacks up just a tiny bit, which I think would actually add to the storytelling of this sort of, old world looking image. I would probably score this 82, 83. I think it's stunning, and very minor tweaks to bring it up.
Can you remind me of the title again? I know it in general, but
I've already forgotten it.
That's
I've
okay.
got the memory, but too young to say goodbye.
okay. Yes, so this obviously has a sad feel to it, and I don't really have too much more to add from what my fellow judges have mentioned, but the only thing I would add, which I'm already kind of learning from what Kelly said from a previous image with the fallen angel, perhaps a feather falling, these leaves and flowers that they're holding is symbolizing, something that is no longer growing. And so these leaves are dry, these flowers are dry, but they're very well kept together, and perhaps maybe some of them falling, or at least just one, maybe on her lap or something like that. But everything else my fellow judges said I agree with, and I don't have too much to expand on, but a really intriguing image and definitely a lot of impact.
We have a little bit of a fun thing here, because Dario actually printed the same image on 2 papers. So let's take a look at that.
Contrast and compare.
Yeah. So I thought it was interesting that we see a lot of struggles with photographers printing with those shadow areas, right? It's something that we see again and again and again. And it's, even though I'm looking at the histogram, it's better than we usually see, which is where everything's bunched right up, but it's still not enough. It's still not pulled away from that left edge of the histogram to translate successfully to papers, especially the matte fine art papers, which have such limited contrast range. Kelly?
Yeah, I just want to add on that. When we're deliberately choosing dark fabrics and dark backgrounds to work with, even though we don't want to light them because they're not the main part of the image, we have to remember that our dynamic range that we can see with our eye is so much greater than what our camera can actually capture. So if you don't want to light a certain area of your image because it's not the main focal point, you also need to think about how the camera is going to capture that information. So a subtle reflector, just to bounce a little bit of light into those darker areas, will help you capture them so that they resemble what we can see with our eye. So we sometimes have to give light to areas, not to light them to make them a focal point within the image, but to just give them a little bit of detail so that when our camera's, capturing that exposure, we've got information to work with. Because as Sarah said before, sometimes, they get files and all of that dark information is right up the end of the histogram, and that means there's little information there. So the more information you can give a printer to work with, the better the result when it comes to actually printing and choosing the right papers.
Yeah, and you can always add depth to the image if you want to make it moodier, but you can't pull it out once you've lost it from that raw conversion. So what do you think of the prints?
So we have Arches 88 and we have the Somerset Sateen, is that correct? So both sort of fine art papers, but you've got a slightly smoother paper here with the Somerset Sateen. And I can see a little bit more detail though, and a little bit more of a sort of a yellowy warmth going on here in the Arches 88, because it is generally more a warmer paper. The Somerset seems to be just a slightly sort of a cooler tone there within the hands, but there's some more reds coming up in the shadows that I'm noticing. So if it was me, I would definitely pick the Arches 88 here in terms of the results, because I'm seeing equal amount of detail in those shadowy areas. And I think you're right, Heidi, in terms of that being the bottom of the background in the background of the image. So I would clone that out and bring in a little bit more detail in that skirt area there.
Cool experiment. Okay, let's move on to the next. I'm kind of giving you a spoiler on the screen here. Skating in the Clouds.
This is giving me Barbie vibes. Skating in the clouds. This is really different. I'm enjoying the kind of the colors, the brightness to this. I would probably place this in terms of scoring, sort of around the sort of 72 to 73 mark here for me. In terms of it being a portrait, yes, it's showing, what she enjoys to do. It's got a little bit of movement, a little bit of action to it. She's got a great expression on her face. However, there's just so much going on here in this frame that's taking us away from the subject. Those lights coming up out of her throat, are really quite distracting. They could be used to enhance the overall composition. I'll let somebody else potentially talk about that, but it's just that door frame in the back sort of left-hand corner there that's not really adding to this composition. So when you're framing your subject and you're choosing your focal length, really consider the environment that you're shooting in and how it can impact and help you isolate the subject a little better and sort of really bring out a little bit more of who she is.
Yeah, I agree with everything Kelly says. This has the potential to be a really striking photo. But what I think we've got to take into consideration is when we're executing a pose, which is quite a difficult pose, honestly, in roller skates. We all know that because she doesn't have her stopper down. So this is quite difficult. But if we're going to attempt to execute a pose like this or guide and pose a subject or model through this, we really have to pay great attention to that pose, because honestly the pose is everything in this image. I agree, there's a lot of distracting elements here, particularly in that sort of left quadrant. So choosing your lens and choosing your angles here is really critical. Because she's in these fabulous roller skates and that's part of the story, I wouldn't mind seeing, and I'm big on posing, so I talk a lot about refining poses because I do think it can bring your images up to a different score category. But I would have taken that left roller skate and popped her up on the stopper, just to sort of give her just a little extra lift. That right arm of hers could be finessed, because right now it's just a little bit clunky underneath that hair and sort of feels a bit jammed up. Her expression is good, but I think we could still push the expression a little more into that fun and frivolity sort of range. And I agree with Kelly, the sort of placement of those lights that are sort of coming out of her throat, just not really helping the image. So move around your subject. Get low, get high, really try to change your angles, because this has the potential to really go to the next level with just a few things. But I really appreciate your attempt at this image, because it's quite dynamic. But I think just a few tweaks would bring it into that next level. I would probably score this in the low to mid 70s.
One on finding an environment where the word and overall story that is in this image. So this painter photograph all these pinks and really saturated toe with the pink that she's going to, and on her top. And so I commend that, and that is always a starting point. There's so many things in consideration with photography, especially in environment. So that initial box is really checked off. So if she was in another room with neutral background, things that it wouldn't work. So finding around work well, or being inspired by the background, find subject, the wardrobe to the background. It's chicken or the egg come first. The maker could step to the left in this situation, to that wall, and just crop. Step back and shoot long, and just crop so that you just have those saturated in the background, and then that'll crop out the good thing in the image. And if the subject would have fit, for lights and for door. Not taking those bullets out, could have been something in post-production, so it just looked like a fluid back. But again, commend the maker on finding environment and a subject matter that works together in terms of the color scheme and mood.
I think that these neon tubes or whatever it is going out of her neck there, I think that they could have rotated the pose and used the skates and maybe had the lights coming out of the skates kind of like dynamic and make it like it's coming down from the gods and out of the clouds. So that's where my story is with what you could have done with those lights. Right now, I look at the lights first, the skate that's lit second, and unfortunately, I look at her leg next with the highlight on there. I'm not even seeing her face. And so this is portrait, we need to look at the face, and that's not what we're seeing first.
Great stuff. Heidi, do you need to go? And we have a new judge. She was here a second ago. Michelle? Excellent. Welcoming Michelle. Thank you so much, Heidi. Thank you, Heidi.
Anna's been looking for you, so.
And Michelle, would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, hi. I'm falling apart at the seams. I'm Michelle Solentano. This is my 30th some odd year here at WPPI. I'm old AF, so. Out of focus. I'm out of focus. It's me.
Determined.
How's it working? Start talking? Yeah. I think the treatment, kind of the matting on here, is very cool. Seeing the out of focus arm underneath brings a little bit of dimension. Her face it's a pretty expression, but it's a little bit flat for me. I'd like to see a little bit more in the eyes in terms of expression. The lighting on her face is quite nice. I think just really a little bit more an expression and getting from the maker to the subject a little bit more of an emotive expression for me would improve this print.
Yeah, I'm with you on that expression. It's a very strong, striking connection with the camera there. There's just something that's slightly off here with her body language. I feel like her shoulders are just a little bit rounded forward, and just, sort of bringing those shoulders back a little bit could enhance that strength to follow that expression a little more, and just that arm that's kind of coming across the front of the body there, just bringing that back so that it's not so, I suppose, dominant in the bottom half of this frame, because it's got black fabric either side of it, so it's really enhancing the contrast between those two areas of the image. And then just kind of falling into the background there where we're losing that back arm and there's not really a lot of it there. And another thing with this particular type of border, I'm with Michelle. I think it's really different. It's unique. However, it's just kind of cutting through her breasts. So, you know, bringing that down, that crop down a little bit, you know, below the breast would help give the body a little bit more shape here. And bringing that elbow back, that front arm, that elbow back would really help flatter and sort of give her that little bit of extra strength that we're kind of looking for here. But I'll let my fellow judges talk a little bit more.
Yep, the crop, I was going to say a little bit below the breast line would be an appropriate place to crop that, but right above the elbow still, so you're not cropping at a joint. I'm looking at there's a hair light that's separating at the very top of her hair. You can see a little bit of nice separation from the dark background, but I think it's spilled over onto the back of her neck, and that little spot of white light I keep looking at, it's taken my eye away from her face. If that was supposed to be a rim light, then it should have been a little bit further down the body, but I think maybe the hair light spilled over onto her neck.
Had light source from above, and it's on if you ever just where a light source coming from, look into the eyes of the subject. So you'll be able to see sometimes in the shape, especially when you start looking as a subject, and it's really easy when it's portrait. If it's a couple and it could be hard to really see clip on the light source is from above, and whenever you have light source from above or from the side, any area other than straight on your subject, it's going to create a sense of dimension. The pro of creating dimension is it has a sense that it is not two-dimensional, it's three-dimensional, it has form. But three-dimensional light also shows off texture. And so it will show off the texture in someone's skin more, in addition to, you know, the hair and the clothes that they're wearing. So because the texture of her skin is shown off a little more, I would just do a little bit of retouching just to flatter that. So, you know, again, you have pros and cons of dimensional lighting. Keep in mind how dimensional lighting will show off texture in skin more, and a little finessing with the retouching on her skin would be a little more flattering.
Just to wrap it up really quick, talking about the skin tone, be careful when, you know, dodging or burning in those highlights, because on her front forward arm you can definitely see the burning a little bit, and then it also can cause a color shift. So after you've burned, you've got to correct that color so that it matches the rest of the arm. So just being really, really careful with that.
Just wanted to add something. I was just curious. How do you think that the blacks have been rendered here in the print, considering you've got almost black hair and a black top?
I think the blacks in general are rendered well because there is texture in the hair. It's not getting too flat. And there's even texture in her top, which isn't really a textured top, but you can even see the fabric and the real subtle gradation where it's lighter on her shoulder and then it gets a little bit darker as it wraps around her torso. So I think that the blacks are handled nicely.
Yeah, and just for the audience and for people watching at home, just check out the histogram and just how high those tones are to be rendering black well in print. That's what you need to be remembering. And when you get confused because everything's too dark and it's the wrong paper, or it's the wrong printer, or the lab's messed up, this is the result when the blacks are in the right, when the tonal range is correct in the file. So I just wanted to point that out. Great, let's move on. Next print, please. Thank you, Bill. And this is Grandma's Red Coat.
Grandma's red coat.
Grandma's Red Coat.
This is like image, like reading red, and I come to This is grandmother's coat, but for some color of lipstick would be to match that. So there's a little attention to detail, and it looks nice. The nails are also red. This is something we talked about a few times this noon or the afternoon about the idea of having a theme and repeating it. Talked about too much, we're busy, and this that's happening. So the title is about grandma's red coat, there was a grandma's red lipstick, and so that and repeat that theme.
I like everything you just said. For me, the hot spot on the background is a little bit in the wrong place. It's, I think, a little bit too small for the overall image, and it actually is more of a distraction than a complement or, you know, a separation. We always look for a separation in the background, but I think in this particular image, that dark background with the beautiful bright red coat and the light on her face, I think we could live without that backlight and have a solid dark background, and it would make this image just a little bit stronger. But beautiful light on her face.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more with both of you. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the red coat in the title, Grandma's Red Coat. And this has got a very fashiony vibe to it. And I do love the kind of vintage feel of the coat. But, you know, if you're going to put Grandma's name in it, you know, was Grandma a big part of your life? Was she a hugger? You know, wrap those arms of the coat around you. Hold on to that coat. Put some passion into it, you know. Really embrace it and give it some love, because how we were talking about body language before, you know, how we kind of give a subject or, you know, encourage them to kind of express an emotion within their pose and their body placement and position can really impact the narrative here. We were talking a little bit before about how those blacks really kind of fall off, and if you have a look at the histogram there, you know, what Sarah was saying is that they're pushed right up against the end of that histogram, so that's why we're losing a little bit of detail in the fall off of light in the bottom half of the image where the dress is. And you know, bringing that information up a little bit higher, having a reflector in there just to bounce a little bit of light in would definitely help you achieve a much better result in print.
Yeah, the reflector at the bottom. You read my mind, Miss Gilly. Arches 88 prints, Sarah, prints warmer. That's correct. It's more of a warm paper. Dario. Arches 88 is a warmer paper. Okay. Okay. I wondered if it had something to do with the color of her nails, because they've changed color to me based on, maybe it's the fact that the color shifted down there in the shadow and it was so dark, and it just with it being so close to the red jacket, the nails bother me. That just keep looking at them. They're not red, in my opinion. But I appreciate the maker actually took time to have a little bit of an edge light on her ear and a little bit on her hair, because it did need it with the darkness against the dark background. And the maker took a great deal of effort to make sure that that was a teal colored and then with the red, and those are nice complementary tones.
Great stuff. And I'm just going to take Sure, hang on a sec.
Just because we have touched briefly the temperature of the paper, so to speak, okay? I don't know how familiar you are with the different media, but definitely, if we start with the silver light paper down to the fine art cotton paper, you will have a different temperature, a different warmth in the paper, different point of white, different black point, different gamut, different texture, and it depends on how they are made. So cotton paper are rag paper, made literally cotton, and then there are different, let's say, machineries to produce it, but they are cotton-based and they are warmer by definition. How warmer? It depends. Some models are kind of, I would say, pretty warm, because they are trying to emulate the watercolor art paper, okay? Some papers instead are leaning forward to the photography industry, and still they are rag, so cotton made, but they are colder, so less warm than a normal watercolor paper, because they're trying to go closer to what our eye is usually trained to look for. Within which the Canson Arch 88 is the colder among warm paper, if you know what I mean. And same goes with the platin. The platin is an amazing paper. I love it because it has the widest range that you can have, the dynamic range, beautiful black point. It's cotton made, but it has a sort of baryta look and feel. So it's kind of merging the two worlds together. It's a fantastic paper. I encourage all of you to try it out. Other than that, you have the barytas, which are much colder, and then we go in a different section of the industry which we are not related to. So remember, warmer white, cotton paper, colder white, baryta paper. Okay, these are the two differences.
Great stuff. And while we're at it, I just want to say thank you to our sponsors, Canson Infinity, who provided, and like magic, Jeff appears. So we have samples for everybody. They've provided all of the paper for Dario to print live here on the show floor. Imagine, go and visit them on the in the other room. They provided our wired internet connection so we could broadcast this. WPPI for giving us this space. Godox for giving us some lighting so that we look a little bit more beautiful on camera. Yeah. And all of our judges as well who just are donating their time. It's just incredible. Thank you so much. Canon as well donated a printer so that we could print. BenQ for this incredible monitor. And, sorry? You can grab the mic.
Bear with me. Sorry.
Dario's going to
have a
nerd
special
out for
effect to
second.
show you that will explain a whole heap of things in a moment. Okay, so first I show you and then I will explain what I'm doing. Okay, give me a second.
Ultraviolet light.
I'll translate.
Can you see the difference?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I'm fine. Can you see the difference of the intensity of the light? So on the right, it's a standard office paper. On the left, a fine art cotton paper. The difference in this light is that this one on the right is full of optical brightening agent to make it white as you can, hope for. The other one is a natural white without the OBA, optical brightening agent. Now you might say, so what? Well, the paper with OBA will yellow over time. We all have paper in our drawers, in our desks that have been there sitting for a month or a few months or maybe a year. They're not white anymore. They tend to go yellow. But this is going to be exactly the same in 300 years. So WPPI 2056, it will be the same. WPPI 2099, it will still look the same. This one will be rubbish. Okay, so when you buy paper, make sure, for fine art printing, make sure that there is no OBA in it. And this is, a simple thing, €9 on Amazon that you can buy and check, all right?
I love that. Sarah, with the image here that we're looking at on the screen, is there any color in that file? Like when you increase the saturation, does any color come up in that particular file, or is it a true black and white?
Now you're asking. There we go. Do we have the author in the room?
Is the photographer here? No.
No.
So one thing I like to do when I'm printing black and whites is make sure that there's no color in that file if I want a true black and white, because as Dario's kind of been pointing out, some of these papers have different color temperatures that can really affect a black and white file. So obviously when we're looking at creating our black and whites, we want to create images that have a really full range, from those darker sort of shadowy areas right through to those highlights. And I'm just seeing in the print here a slightly kind of cooler cyan tone, and that's why I was asking about the actual file itself, because if we want it to be black and white, that's great, but sometimes colors can really impact the mood of an image, and I feel like here this slightly cooler tone is kind of working with this particular image, because it's it's a little bit more emotive. There's more storytelling sort of going on here. I'll let my fellow judges talk a little bit about the posing and things like that, but I just wanted to talk about the black and white conversion here, and how well that's been handled in terms of those highlights right through to those shadows. But yeah, I'm interested to hear what everyone else has to say.
This is definitely interesting when it first appears, and I got in close to see if that was like a sculpture or if it was like a head that had been covered in something. I like the expression of the subject on the left. I wish the hands were posed a bit more finely posed. I don't like that we're missing half of the hand on the bottom, maybe bringing it up on the other wrist or back towards the other fingers, or even on the back of the head of the mannequin. But the hands for me are a little bit distracting from what's going on with the faces of the subjects.
Yeah, so hands have so much emotion, y'all. And if you're not connecting and finishing the pose, it's a missed opportunity right there. Is there a title on this one? Might help with the understanding it too.
I will let you know. It's called Love Yourself.
Love of yourself?
Love yourself.
Love yourself. Well, then finish the circle. I mean, connect your hands and give it a nice a way to make sure we see the rest of the fingers. They feel almost amputated, cut off in the fabric.
I love that you said that. Finish the circle.
It's interesting because when I looked at the mannequin, it felt like a replica of the person's face. Like I almost felt like maybe it was a plaster done of that head, and so that title matches my thought on that idea.
I just got.
Never mind. Yeah.
So
Dario's been playing tricks here.
who said that it didn't look exactly a pure black and white? Good job.
That's why she's a dame.
Okay, so here and there have dispersed tricks for our judges. So one of which was this one. So I didn't print it as a pure black and white. I printed as a color picture simulating the black and white, which is, for instance, what happens all the time when you go to a lab online and you ask for a black and white, and they have millions and gigazillions of prints to do, and they just go straight. It will look as if, but it's not really. And that's the reason why so many people are disappointed with their black and white, because they get something that is slightly greener, bluer, reddier, right? And it's never really on point. Like this one. This is kind of greenish, yeah, or cyanish, and it should have not been, right? So, of course, a trained eye would immediately pick on that. And the reason is that you will see later a proper black and white doesn't have any overcast whatsoever. And if it has it, it's not a black and white. So ask to your lab or your printer or me.
I wasn't testing you, I promise. But you can see it when you're looking at the monitor here. You know, that doesn't have that cast. And what we're seeing underneath the light here is definitely that cyan sort of tone here. I love what Alison said about, finish the circle. If you're going to give something a title, let that really, fill the frame, that title. Let the story speak to us and give us more action, sometimes overemphasizing, things. But yeah, it was a good point.
Great. Thank you, judges.
Dario's playing magic tricks here, guys.
Come out in front of the camera, Dario. Dario, come out in front of the camera so they can see it at home.
Might get a job on
Come
the
around.
blackjack table.
Yes.
So he has his little light here, and he's showing us the effects of this this light on the different papers. I'm going to say, looking at the print here that's in the light box, the colors are divine. These beautiful, green tones with this dusty pink skirt.
The title is Ballroom Nouveau.
This is such a free-spirited, free-flowing, just letting loose kind of image, and I really appreciate the mood that the maker was able to capture that with the body language. You see it, about going through head, torso, then curving the other way, the hips, and the some areas. There's a considerable and can be controlled by hand, lighter contrast, but brown, and pull the rest of the body.
Thank you. I was also going to touch on the hand, and really you could light it a little bit differently, or you could pose the hand a little bit differently. So the palm of the hand facing up towards that light, either just turning that thumb up towards the light a little bit more so you could create more of an edge of the hand, or even the hand going in the other direction would just soften it and make that hand look a little bit more refined, and because the whole pose is really beautifully refined, and then that hand is kind of just stuck there, I think. So just refining the way that the hand is posed, and potentially the light as well.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure if that was an actual dance move where he's just going about his thing and doing his thing and you got the capture, or if it was something where you froze him in that and had time to move the light so it doesn't catch the hand like that. If you had time and you were instructing and coaching this dancer, I would take the head and turn it even more into profile. It's just a little bit out of profile. And so it depends on if you had time or not. I understand working with dancers is they're lost in their world, you're lost in yours. Yeah.
When I get back to Europe, so. I know, she's got a flight. Trip over Bill's feet. Yeah, you too. Goodbye, William.
All right, we're just saying goodbye to some of our judges. For those online wondering what's going on, and we're going to welcome Mark Rossetto to the panel.
Welcome to Mark Rossetto in the house. Mark, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. My name is Mark Rossetto. I'm matching Mikkel. It's a good day. That's so weird if you're watching. Anyway, my name is Mark Rossetto from Brisbane, Australia. I am a double master photographer, master photographer with Icon. I love printing and I love awards and I love helping photographers see things that they don't see, and I love being told by other photographers that you need to lift your own game and you need to see things and change stuff as well. I love the whole process of this. I've been a photographer since 2002. Been entering awards since 2009 when Jared Jonas went, Mark, I need 8 images. And I'm like, what for? She goes, I'm going to enter you into awards. I'm like, what's that? He goes, just give me 8 images. Just find some good ones. And funny story, the first 8 images in the Victorian Photography Awards, I got 1 silver from that. I took the same 8 images to WPPI and I got a gold and 7 silvers from the same images. And then I went, is that good? He's like, yeah, no, that's really good. And I was like, okay, do we do it again next year? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, so I need to take more pictures for next year. And he's like, yeah. And I was like, okay. And I've been entering awards for years now, and I just love the process.
I just took the microphone off. It's all right. We know each other. It's okay. What an incredible concept here with this image. I'm really digging the body paint here and the styling of this, and I think that there's a lot of intrigue here. Do we have a title?
I will get you a title. Just keep talking and I'll get you a title.
Yeah. The body paint here has got a colour to it. It's almost like a sort of a limey green undertone here. And
title is Raw.
Raw. So yeah, that paint is really kind of giving us that, starting to crack in areas. It's giving us that raw sort of feeling here. I'm getting the hand gesture and the body sort of language that's coming through here in terms of the expression that's consistent throughout the image here, from her face down to her body. That's all sort of working really well here for me. I probably placed this image around the sort of 77, 78 mark. For me to take it up into that next scoring range, a little bit more control over the different light sources that we've got here. I've got a lot of light coming in from sort of camera left here, lighting, the short side of her face, which is quite dramatic, but yet we've got like a rim light coming in from the right-hand side behind her as well. So there's just, some highlights here competing for attention. So when we add a second light in to create a little bit more separation between the subject and the background, we want to make sure that the highlights of that light don't sort of draw your eye away from the main part of the image that we're lighting, which is the face here and the body, to compete with the back of the neck there. That's what I'm sort of referring to. And there's a slight shift in some of the red skin tones there on the face that could also be handled really well. But I'm looking at this and for me, it's just screaming black and white. I don't know about my fellow judges, but I feel like this could have a completely different look and feel and be pushed in a more dramatic way had we converted this to black and white.
Yeah, that is connected with was the body paint and the cracking and the drying and the gesture of the hand. I feel raw, and I question why there's not body paint on the face. And was it that's raw, the body that's not? I'm not sure. And that's connected with what you're saying, and maybe we're thinking about something, but in two different ways. If it was black and white, there wouldn't be the rest of the body. So I'm sure with makers and was more of it to explain why the body is raw, but the face is not.
I love that Sarah just converted this to black and white on the screen for us to look at.
And I'm glad she told us what the title was as raw, because when you get up close, you see acne and a little bit of bumps and things on the face, and that does help us understand the maker did not mean to finesse that and touch that off. So the title this is a good example of a title actually helping us understand that you did mean to leave it like that. Upon further inspection, though, it doesn't appear that the eyes are completely sharp. I feel like it's slightly soft when you get up there close. And then that little bleed of the light over onto the jawline, if that was supposed to be more of a rim light, then just control and feather that light towards her back and toward the background a little bit more so it doesn't bleed over onto the jaw.
Yes, I agree with all those things. Definitely black and white. 100%. I think that the focus point is right on her neck, and just that control of the focus of like, where do you want us to look? Where do you want us to see? and it's the sharpness is just in focusing on the wrong spots. Also, if you're going to call something raw and you're going to spend the time to paint someone and you're going to like create this styled image, like accentuate the texture on the body if you're going to want to have that texture come through. So obviously choosing the right paints, you're choosing the right texture. Something like this, I know it sounds weird, but you add sand into it, so it gives it more texture to give it more grit. So when you're doing something that's like a concept or an idea, and you want to emphasize it, I would kind of do a double down on it.
I just love the way you say texture. Texture.
Texture.
Texture.
Just need some texture, bro.
Texture.
Texture. Texture. How do you say it?
I say texture. Texture.
It's tomatoes, whatever.
Texture. Texture. Texture.
I'm gonna text you.
I'll text you later.
Texture.
Texture.
Texas say it here.
Okay, do it again. Do it again.
Texture.
Texture. Texture. Right, sorry, I'm getting distracted. I need to be focused here. Title is My Sister Still. It's kind of an important title. My Sister Still.
Yeah, the initial impact here is the emotion. The title really does help us understand that this is a loss. It's a ethereal, haunting type of image. I love that she sees herself, barefooted, and her sister was dressed up and ready to go into the light wherever she was with tennis shoes on, and she's ready to travel. Points of improvement here would be to control the lighting. It's the overexposure, the areas of white on the face and the arm. It really draws your eye right there where it's supposed to, but it's overexposed, so you'll want to control your lighting a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm right there with you on all of those points, Alison. I'm glad you mentioned them, but the storytelling nature of this is really quite impactful. That light coming down, and then as it's sort of hitting her face and then falling down to the shoes there that you can sort of see that are empty. Again, for me, with this particular black and white, it is a slightly cooler black and white as well, so that's kind of adding to the emotion in this print. Kind of want to see a little bit more of her face. I feel like if the arms were just a little bit lower and potentially separated, and instead of that back hand sitting on top of the forearm there, just kind of creating like a little bit of a lump, like we know it's fingers, but sort of bringing that hand down a little bit flatter so that it's not a dark kind of rounded surface area that's competing for attention there with the actual face behind it. Sort of creating a little bit more room for the face to breathe there would definitely help here. And, when we are sort of shooting these dark black and white images, we've sort of mentioned it a couple of times, but, trying to capture that dark information, a little bit more intentionally to be able to print detail, so not underexposing it so much, which might mean just kind of bringing back that main light as it's coming down there, so that we don't overexpose it, but filling some of those darker areas with, I don't know, like a second light or even a reflector, just to kind of fill that space.
Very cool idea and story and way to present it. It just needs to be finessed a little bit more. In terms of the story of she's in bare feet, but her sister was wearing shoes. Obviously, she needed something to showcase as another person there, but I'm just confused by that part. And it would have been cool that you've got this light shooting up, which is great, and you can see the top of the sister's head, the one that's not there, it would have been nice to kind of like, I don't even know how to do it, to kind of mimic her a little bit more like she's floating up. Like you are doing that with the light, but the silhouette within the light. So it looks like she's more have a movement going upwards. But then, yeah, I agree that the hand is so close to the face that it's just too messy. So from a concept idea, I actually think it's really awesome, but just execution, it just needed a little bit more helping hand.
The background, creating the memory silhouette, very tricky. You're going to have a dark ground. Even there's a light coming in for some contrast. I'm sure the same, but execution was image that rather than and when I say go to the image a little bit more detail and whoever the person. And one way to create the image is embracing in this and photograph whatever the back is, and then you could just pass and you could start out one desire pass you want and and they're still actually holding on. They look believable. The ghost even being the person back, and you can just and kind of brush out the image. But again, the concept is really great. It's striking, and it made me want to explore.
Everybody spoke.
Oh, that was your image? Amazing. We have the author in the room.
Here.
It's got so much potential. Okay, so the photographer, for those of you that are online, has reshot this based on some feedback, and she's going to redo it again based off more feedback. And that's the brilliant part about this, is sometimes when we have a vision to create something, it's being able to see it through somebody else's eyes and learn how it can be interpreted so that you can take it to that next level. Yeah, absolutely. Well done.
The image that was before, just this one, I just want to flash back quickly. The one that we changed to black and white, and we put it back. The photographer was in the chat, and he wanted you to know that it was in camera artistry, so no adjustments.
Oh, amazing!
Yeah,
that's. I mean, we thought we were judging the portrait individual category, but yeah, for that to be a raw file, amazing.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll be pleased.
And you can if you can shoot black and white in raw in your camera.
I was going to message him. I was going to be like, if you're going for in-camera artistry next time, change those settings in camera, because that's what they'll pull out to judge. They'll pull out the embedded JPEG. Great. Let me just move on to there we go. Okay, and this is In From the Fog.
This has got so much intrigue to it, I want to know more about this man. Where is he coming from from that fog? Is he on a boat somewhere? Is he, a fisherman? I want to know a little bit more. So when I look at a portrait like this, sometimes we don't always have to give all of the information to allow the judges to kind of interpret their own story here. But when we give something a title, then that makes us think, well, where has he come from? Had this have been a print without a title, we would have gone, you know what? This is a really interesting character. What has he done? But because it's in from the fog, it's like now we're asking a question. Where is he coming from? So sometimes when you give an image a title, you're basically giving the judges bumper rails. You're leading them into a narrative that you want them to go into, as opposed to them coming up with their own narrative. So sometimes it can be limiting, and sometimes it can be, very thought-provoking and very storytelling in itself. So perhaps, like a watch or something to do, like if it's maritime, give us something maritime, give us something else within his clothing choice or his location to kind of tell a little bit more of that story as to where he's coming from within the fog.
Yeah, story would help here, meaning that they, maybe holding a lantern or, something that tells us where he is in this place and time. I commend the maker on the way that the lighting is done dimensionally. You've got just enough kiss of light on the other side that's controlled. My OCDness looks at his jacket. It's a little higher on the left than it is on the right. It touches his ear on the left and not so much on the right. If you are putting his shoulders so squared onto the camera, perhaps maybe finesse the jacket a little bit so that it's perfect too. But then again, he's not perfect, so I would have this at 82, 83, but to elevate it more story.
Yeah, I agree with fellow judges. Just the general rule of, like, you know, when you squint, your eye goes to the brightest part, which is that left-hand side of the face, of his right-hand side. But then on the dark side, I just find it being a little bit too dark. I would have liked to see a little bit more detail in there. I find that the left and right-hand side of the face is too different. One's too bright, one's too dark. If it just got changed by like slightly 10%, it'll just elevate the image a little bit more.
I actually come to make I like the amount of shadows detail in the shadows. There's just enough of that on camera rights, and there's just enough in detail and jacket. I appreciate how you can't use less in the shadows. And just a reason that the figure's back in the base. So having all of the elements position, I don't think would have depth of space. So I couldn't on that light, dark, and show less a shadow as jack down in frame.
Great stuff.
Dario, when are we going on to When are we going on to
I'm finishing to print it.
Okay, so this is made of salt and silence.
I love how I get handed the microphone. Thanks, Bill. The texture in this gentleman's skin. Wow, there's a lot of impact here. There's so much contrast between him and the background here. It's really, like, it's the type of portrait that makes you want to jump up out of your seat and look at. We've talked a little bit about side profiles. And for me, I think his head's just turned a little bit too far away from the camera, just kind of bringing that nose back around a little bit more so we can see more of the outside of his face, see him a little bit more of his character, or, you know, make it a stronger portrait and have it a complete profile with him turned further away from the lens here. But I'm really enjoying the styling, the color tonality throughout all of this, and the impact. The original impact was quite big for me. I'd probably sit around 83, 84 for this.
This is a where to make texture, skin, or wardrobe is really important. Chris and a Cal said, "We just dive and get close." And this is not where you want a lot of and and life in this will gone and the maker I'm using to mental let because of right this off as a and. I've done the light on this. It's really good.
Just little subtle things like the backdrop has got that crease on the left-hand side is just enough to draw your eye in as well. The texture, the control of the beard and the materials, even the jumper or sweater that he's wearing. Sweater, is that right? Alison, is that okay? Sweater. His sweater. No, okay. The texture is like all the elements are in the right spaces. To be honest, I would have scored this quite high into the mid to high 80s. It's been controlled really well. I don't actually have much to add to it apart from I really enjoy it.
Yeah, I would have been at probably 81 here. There's to his eye that's far away from us. There's something brown going on, like little spots of brown in the green texture just to the left of that eye, and I kept having to come back and up and forward. Do you guys see that too, or am I just tired? Do you see those spots of brown? Yes, right there. If it's meant to be in the backdrop, it's right near the eye, and it just pulls me away from the story, and I'm looking at those little specks thinking, what's got that going on by the eye? Had it been over by his jacket, I probably wouldn't have cared. Okay. Okay. Thank you for telling me.
Okay, so I believe we are, Dario, we doing, okay. Bill, we have another print coming in.
So we have a little surprise. We use this.
I just realized the voice of
Swap category for just brief that.
All right, we're swapping the category here for a minute, apparently.
For a minute, you will see why.
Dario's throwing us a curveball. And when we talk about black and whites,
Okay, we have because the lady you commented the picture before.
We want a quick picture.
Have a group shot with you guys. Sure. Please go in.
Yeah, quick picture break. We're just stopping for a quick picture break.
Thank you.
He's been there.
like an 80s.
Amazing.
An 80s film was like.
can we start on this one?
Yep. Get
Wow,
cracking.
impact. Has it got a title?
We have a title. I will get you a title. It is Putin's Children.
Wow. So I'm going to talk to the black and white nature of this image because there's so much range here. And this has got such a silvery tone to it. Like, this is what I would consider a very yummy black and white. You know, we've got so much depth from highlight to shadow, and I don't think this image would have had the same impact had it have been in color. Now, for me, it's got storytelling elements, it's got, impact, it's got creativity, it's got originality. So based on, and the technical skill here in terms of the way that it's been constructed has also been really well handled and thought out. For me, based off those things, I'd probably fit this around the sort of 87 to 88 mark, approaching that 90 scoring range. So I'm interested to hear what my fellow judges have got to say. Who wants to go first?
Yeah, I was mid 80s for sure on this, if not pushing toward the top of that category. Controlled lighting, storytelling, placement in the frame, composition, crop. Yeah, commend the maker. And the paper choice is the one that is the correct one for this. 100% agree with that.
I think his outfit is spot on because you've got that traditional jacket with a hat and like a Spider-Man suit or a Batman suit underneath in black and white. I'm going Batman. I'll go Batman. So it's kind of like if he was dressed in all formal uniform, it wouldn't bring out the childlike attitude. So having anyone that's got kids, they've got so many dress-ups. Having that dress-up underneath the formal outfit in terms of storyline and storytelling is that child soldier kind of scenario going when I grow up. And I think they positioned that really well. And great choice to not have shoes as well as just kids just run around in bare feet. So I'd be up there quite high with the score as well.
Yeah, the tremendous contrast of innocence versus something very serious is really striking. And it brings you in not just from, the contrast standpoint, but, if you're walking by and seeing a lot of prints and you see this, it's just a really strong narrative and a lot to think about. And it's it's just a stark contrast. So I commend the maker on thinking of this idea and executing it this way, and the child standing up on this soapbox so that they can actually even hold, because otherwise they might have their hand up in the air trying to even hold this rifle up. So it's really powerful.
All right, we have got two of our judges stepping out. So we have got William and Kelly Brown. Sarah's a bit busy at the moment getting organised, so I thought I'd just come and have a chat.
Thank you, Mark. Just vamp for a bit while...
Vamp for a bit?
Yeah. Just, do a tap dance.
Do a tap dance. No Jerry jokes. Gee, he was loose last night. Oh, my goodness. If you want to have a good laugh, people, go back and watch the award ceremony from last night. That was super, super fun.
Okay, we're just swapping out some judges, getting ourselves organised here a little bit. Taking a quick break. And while we do that, I'm just going to say thank you to our sponsors, Canson Infinity, who provided all of this paper that we're printing everybody's images on for free. And people are getting to take their images home with them. They get the print and they get samples, and they get to take their images printed by Dario on the Canon printer that was also donated to us. We have Jerry's audio equipment here. We have Imagine providing the wired internet so that we can stream this. We have Godox providing lighting so that we all look gorgeous. And BenQ monitors. It really is a bit of collaboration, and above all, the judges who are sitting here for hours sharing their expertise.
He's like, I'll sneak it in before you sit.
So amazing stuff.
Where did you?
Yeah, he was supposed to be some spider.
And once again, if you're in the chat and you want to ask questions, then just go ahead. I'm keeping my eye on it, and I'll do my best to answer the questions for you. We're going to be streaming all day long today, so there's no break like there was yesterday. We are welcoming in Michael Novo and Tatiana Luminere. So, the new judges on the panel, new judges on the block, could you introduce yourselves? Say hello, just so you know there's the camera up there on you.
Okay.
And also, just so you know, like if you do like this, to go like that, don't do that. The AI tracking on the camera thinks that you're giving it instructions, and it starts going all over, starts following you. So you do it with a piece of paper, like if you want to grab a piece of paper or do it with that, it'll just help me out, help my blood pressure here a little bit. It's one of these super duper AI tracking cameras. So, Tatiana, tell us all about yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Tatiana Luminere. I'm based in Philadelphia, and I do women's portraiture from A to 80 and above.
Oh, we're just going to skip. Michael Novo, portrait, and where do I look? Can I look here? There we go.
There's a camera there.
Oh, great. Michael Novo, wedding in portrait, Chicago. That's as exciting as that gets.
Amazing stuff. So, Dario, are we going back to portrait? Okay, Michael, I'm going to give you a little job.
I already did it.
Fantastic. There you go. Some gloves, and I need to go back into portrait. And where were we? I think we were here. Okay, so I believe that was there.
That first image, I was like, oh, fine, yeah, go ahead. I was like, oh, we're starting with that?
Anyone feel super strong? Okay. I think I'll
And the
start this
title
one.
is The Master.
The Master. The Master. Great expression, great, just intriguing eyes that just capture looking into him directly. I would probably suggest just to elevate this more to have a little bit more control, especially in the clothing. You've concentrated on the face, the eyes, the hand, the hair really well, but that left-hand side, his right-hand side, is just lost all the detail. So having that control across the whole print will definitely help bring it up a little bit further.
Yeah, I think the impact here is, you controlled the lighting really well from the highlight to the shadow on the face. That's what I'm looking at here. So you did well on that. I do enjoy the dimensionality of that. The title's The Master. And so if you want to elevate this, and I would probably set this at a 77, 78, but we need some more story. If it's The Master, what is he the master of? I need some more story with this. Is he holding an art brush or paintbrush? I mean, what is he a master of?
I love the connection here. Love the composition. I agree with Alison. The story needs to be more clear. If it's about emotion and connection to the viewer, maybe play with closer crop, or maybe print larger. I would play with crop first. Lovely portrait. I'm really, glued to his gaze. Congrats to author. I would actually go 80.
Yeah, I'd probably echo that. I think there's two different scores here in the sort of upper right and the 80 and through the end. And then that turning to the darks, and again, we're not seeing in a dark gallery, so detail not enough. Now that's range, and I wanted this for a while, but as Alison said, I might be able to err on the side of the maker, and hopefully that low but yet still silver range would be enough to show the maker that there's something there, but hopefully they would get the feedback to get up that next notch.
I'm going to add something about my 77, 78, because that is a professional, saleable image that this person will be proud of to put on their wall. I'm in the 75 club. I've been in the 85 club, okay? So there's nothing wrong with what that score is, because you probably made green merits and you sold this. And so kudos. We just need story to elevate it.
Great. Let's move on to the next image.
Sarah, can I just talk about titles for a second?
Please do.
Because
Take
this
it
is
away.
quite funny at the same time. Well, since I entered in 2009 at WPPI, the title was, for me, what was the image? A dog, a cat, boy, family, oval mat. It wasn't till I got here in 2012 that I realized that you read them out as the title. And I was mortified, thinking for nearly 5 years my print would have come up and it's oval, because there was an oval mat. And the judges would have been like, so I don't really understand the title with the story, because it was just for me as a reference to know what I entered. So yeah, random.
So this is Portrait Creative Individual, and the title is Fallen.
Fallen.
Initial impact, I appreciate very much this vertical crop that leads us straight into this beam of heavenly light coming straight down. You gave us a title that gave us an idea that this angel is falling from the heavens. You've got a random feather there that actually talks about, earlier we had wings, but they weren't broken. But you're giving us here context so that she is falling, and there are pieces of this angelic wings that are broken off of her. And that gives us that. So impact is beautiful with the vertical crop. It just draws us right in.
And this is one of those images when going smaller is better. because it really gets you intrigued. So from a distance, you can't actually see that they're actual angel wings until you get into it. And then that's the delight for a judge, is that you see something, you're like, oh, that looks amazing. And then you go into it, it's like, oh, that is amazing. So sometimes when you are given the choice of the size of the image with the print, and there's a minimum, this is a good example where the minimum is used to an advantage to draw you in closer rather than having it printed large because you need to see all the detail. So from that perspective of the story, I think is done very well, and that color contrast from light to dark is just handled beautifully.
So I would have to the 80s on this image of I think that there's a giant chasm between a 79 and an 80. And once you're in range, now just fine-tune details, you can shoot on two categories easily. And this image is one that I'd love to see played with. The feather that is I'm speaking to this image already on a high caliber. I'm saying it's just chiseling some like bits away. I like that feather that is up there flying solo, but it doesn't even need it. Remove it and you just give the pure empty and it's like true, like it's been falling. That may even work on its own, but it also works with the feather. And again, this is one of those I'd love to see it this way, I'd love to see it that way. The fact that the wings are folding, I love. There's kind of braiding, making a little pass. Perhaps the angel will. There's maybe some regardless of the title. And then this is where all the title matches the crop of all things. A little space crop from the left and the right. I feel very comfortable, and I love that it's taking action and starting to feel a little bit comfortable. And this is an image that can play with you, go wrong so many different directions. And it's sort of getting next category.
I'm agreeing with all the positives that was said, so I'm going to add only about chiseling. Look at the top half of the image. The color saturation is stronger, so it pulls attention. So in a way, the longer I look at it, the more I'm aware that there are dual subjects. The color itself, that yellowish greenish tones used up above, and the subject matter. So I wonder if playing with saturation of that top part might help.
I'll give one tiny last little thing, and this is again minuscule. The sort of chest area with the fabric is going slightly brighter than the face. Understandable because it's going to be more reflective. Again, that's just this tiny minor nitpick. Maybe tweaking that. I don't know. This is where I would sit with the maker at the bar and that, because it's already great, and now you're just.
Fantastic stuff. Moving on to the next image. Oh, Dario's gone to the bathroom, so let's have some war stories from the judges. Let's go. Just 1 second. Right. Judges, tell us some stories about print competition, your experiences in print competition. What's the most embarrassing, the most exhilarating, just something memorable that happened to you? Alison, you're looking at me.
Well, I don't have one of those, but before you started saying all that, I will say that this organization raised me, and so the first 10 to 12 years of me learning my craft, I would sit in the back of the judging room and just write notes about what they would say, what could be better, what was right. That is how I learned, and man, it's just amazing to be on this side of it, being able to be a mentor now. So print competition is worth its salt.
Come on, does nobody have an embarrassing story? Come on, Michael.
Can I say like a mild curse word?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you were trying to keep it this way. I entered one year, this was at Kentucky, and I did well in the wedding category. This was my first year. Next year, I entered again. At this point, I met some folks, and I knew some of the judges and got to know each other a little bit previous year. Second year, I arrived thinking I was Michael Novo, who did well last year in his first ever, to do great. Not one image scored 80. Maybe 1 out of 8 images scored 80. And I was out of the bar that night with one of the judges, And this I won't say his name, but he was just give it to me, and sitting there, and he's like, this is 2 morning after a few drinks, and he's like, Michael Novo, why you entered such mediocre or contract bullshit is just beyond me. You are such a good photographer, but the choice that you made in entering this mediocrity is just unbeknownst to me. And I was, wow, you're speaking very eloquently for the time of mourning that we're in. But I realized something that's what I needed to hear. The pat on the back, that like the congratulations, amazing job. That's all wonderful. But the second that I have an image that does well, and you guys discussed one of mine before, like I want. Or I thank you for the compliments, but I need to be shredded in order to. Unfortunately, I'm not like an artist. I don't have eye, so I need artists to destroy my work for me to read better.
I also think getting involved with the printing and judging and critiquing and everything else on the day of shooting, it doesn't matter whether you're doing weddings or portraits or anything. Like most of the time, you shoot for the client, you shoot what you need, you shoot what you love, but at least spend 5-10 minutes of every shoot shooting for the stars. Shoot something crazy, shoot for yourself, keep your imagination up, keep things moving. And sometimes it pulls off and works, and sometimes it just does not. But when it does, it's like, haha, it actually worked. It's exactly what I was hoping for, and then that keeps that creativity alive and builds your award portfolio.
Amazing stuff. That's so true. Growth mindset, right? You gotta go through a little bit of pain to grow. So our next image is a warrior scream.
Just initially, straight away, without even going up to the print, like when you hear a warrior scream, like I can hear a scream in her voice, but not in her body and in her arms. I can hear it. I can see it in the face that she's screaming. Well, I don't put my hand up. I can see it in the face that she's screaming, but in the arms, the anguish of the body pose isn't as strong. And when you want to do something like this, you need to go OTT, over the top expression, feeling, strength. Like even the fingers aren't even clasped. Clasped? Is that the right word? Clasped. They're not clasped. But yeah, I'm trying.
Let me, put it right here. Okay, hold it for me. Hold it for me. Okay, so when we do our athletes like this, we make sure that they are raising a knee, clenching their fist, and then like this, so they've got the emotion from top to jaw to clenched in the chest, as well as the knees and just the arms and the hands. So yeah, bringing that point home about the posing will actually drive home the fact that she's screaming. And we scream. They can't just fake and drop their jaw, because the jaw will never look correct. And so you actually have to scream to get it out there. But I compliment the maker here on the blue tones with the browns at the bottom. This is a placement in the frame is really nice. You look at the head first, with the eye going to the brightest thing first. It's a nice triangle, pleasing composition in nature. And I actually like the tight crop here because of the uncomfortable scream. It just needs to be finished with the real emotion with the hands.
Well, I want to make you understand that this is work. I mean, in silvers, definitely for me, mid-top silvers, very strong quality work, fine art piece, belongs on a wall. To elevate it, I would say make this story stronger, and I would kind of echo what everyone else said. But if it's about that strong emotion, it kind of asks for movements everywhere. Movements in muscles, and maybe movements in the, everything else, like, make it move. I see some movements in, one of the braids, so kind of make it more consistent.
Yeah, I'm around exactly what you said, Mark, not to be used with Mac. You were spot on with the body, because to me this almost felt like crying. When you start to close in your elbow and your body begins to close off, whereas the where your elbows begin to kick out a little bit more in aggression, because I think that when we get more aggressive, we begin to expand and peacock, as you will, and fine tuning like a high-end sports car here on a pose like this. But that was, you guys said was.
Great stuff. And the next print is called Sculptural Elegance.
This is done really clever. Really clever. Like, your fabric choice has to be absolutely spot on. And the fabric choice, it's not too thick, it's not too thin. You can just make out the eyebrow, the eye, the nose, the jaw, the lips, the mouth, the chest, the arms. Like, you can just, it just flows really eloquently. And I think the photographer's got amazing separation between the black of the material and the black and grey of the background. And the level of control is done brilliantly. And the eyes just leads to all the right places.
Yeah, probably close to mid-80s on it, and note, and I kind of want to go in case somebody else says this, is when you get to the abdomen area, that's the one place where it kind of flattens out and goes in a straight line. So seeing any form of a lower curvature, one, understand the subject is, so that's, you know, what happens, but unfortunately, straight line is really the only thing that would probably keep me below 85.
Yeah, I'm probably mid-80s too, and if you just squint your eyes enough, you almost feel like you're moving around a landform. You forget it's a human form there, and the elegance of the fabric. I believe this to be a nude underneath, and it just follows the body, but you almost forget that you're looking at a body, and it could be a landform. You turn this sideways, you almost could be looking at a mountainous landform, and that's the beauty of art, how you could see this. Well done.
What a fantastic image. Wow, when it came. And I probably would go with 85. Now I'm going to talk about chiseling. So basically fine tuning. So look at the area where the face probably is. This area kind of pulls attention. It doesn't have that strong story that the rest of the image has. Everything else is flowy. You can almost sense the movement of the fabric. Up in the face area, you have that kind of sharp with highlights above and then the line. So it's like upper fifths of the image. So I wonder if shooting with I don't know how it was shot. What the face is under, is it profile? But that line kind of makes it not clear. So just more clarity in the story. Make it cohesive.
Such useful comments from our judges. And what were you doing there?
Well, no, she said, like, if you turned it.
Oh, okay.
Dario flipped it yesterday on one of them, so I was like,
Warn me when you do that so I can quickly change the feed so that people home can see it. Yeah, sure. So just
Alison, you said that right about maybe seeing it this way.
yeah, we're just experimenting with some different perspectives because we can. That's what we can do. We can do anything we want. Okay. And the next print is Fine Art Dance. No, it's not. It's a different one. Yeah. And that's that one. Let's do this one. Okay, you've got that in your hand. I can find it later. So this one is, Fine Art Dance.
I commend the maker on the beautiful tones. This is more of a low-key image, and you've taken time to make sure that the eyes are sharp, and that's hard to do when they're dancing. I think that while the focus is sharp on the eyes, we do have some issues with the hand, obviously being slightly soft. And more importantly, my eye just is drawn to the leg, and there's such a difference in the lighting on the top leg and the bottom leg that you'll need to kind of even that out a little bit and use some other lighting with some grids. It would make that reflection even pop more if you had a bottom light in there that was gridded off so it wouldn't splash everywhere. And it would bring that reflection even more vivid into the mylar, the floor, the whatever it is down there. But your highlights are a bit hot on that leg that's up there, so it just draws our eye straight up into that leg.
I also feel that the positioning within the print is awkwardly strange. Like that hand is so close to the edge, but there's so much space on the left-hand side, and then the foreground, there's so much space. So just that positioning of where she sits within the frame, I think, is important. I also struggle a little bit with her expression. Like, I'm not feeling it. I'm not like, I feel like you've gone, do this move, whatever that move is called. And she's like, oh, you mean like this? And it's just, I just find that the expression on the face, the eyes, is just doesn't really match the graceful flow of the dancer. It's more like a party trick that's been captured.
Yeah, exactly that. Flipping my head to see the expression a little more, and I think if you're going to keep expression neutral here, then possibly closing the eyes would help him out a little bit. Really, I enjoyed that slight happening on camera right hand, and that was foot is playing. It's really, really nice. It's so shoot, and now you're bringing it back up, but then that color thing and it's mess to work with to see the detail goes on because great. But in terms of the motion, wearing it with to go somewhere else, like the hair, it's fine, but also has team mode. That would be great. And now this most radial because there's happening in the bottom, it's planted, and believable for this circular, almost motion to be happening until in on the face as a done expression would just skyrocket this image.
I'm agreeing with all the positive that's said, and I want to add that I compliment the styling of the subject. It's perfectly flowing, does not distract from the subject. As far as face, I wonder if the maker would play more, in other shoots. Try to do more profile with those poses, with ballet. And I want to add about brightness to kind of add to what Alison said. I mean, it's very tricky to really see our own images. So I want to pass on a tip that was shared with me some years ago. So when you print for competition, initially, do a test print and then put it upside down in your apartment, somewhere where you always like kitchen or hallway or something like, and let it be there for a week. And when you pass it, just circle your eye lens. I bet that first 2 days, you might not notice, everything. By the end of the week, you would really know how, all the map of your image. That really helps.
Ask and you shall receive. Huh? $1 million. Okay. So, which was the next one? And this is also fine art dance.
Okay, so you've got there's movement in the image, which I don't mind movement in the image. That's okay because you feel like she's jumped with purpose. Controlling light with dancers is so tricky because you've got materials and arms and legs and bodies and faces and things everywhere. So I think the photographer's definitely getting there in this type of image. I'll probably give it a little bit more space up the top so she doesn't so it's not too close with the hand. But in terms of the expression and the face, again, it's such a small little minor detail, but it makes a big effort. It makes a big difference in the printing when the expression doesn't quite match and the head tilt and being in the right place. It's really tough, but I just feel that the head is either gone too far left or too far right, and then that profile doesn't suit it as much.
So I shoot a lot of dancers, and so the light is a bit flat in the front, okay? So when you're doing this kind of leap, you'll, first of all, she would probably look at her technique on her left hand, our camera right, and she would say that hand is flat to the back of the camera. I need to finesse that. My fingers are not right. They would want to redo this, okay? Toes look great, but that hand on the side is not so much. When you know which direction their face is going to look, and you have practiced this with them, maybe you've watched them do a sample jump. If you're confused and you don't know, the head should be turned into the main light. And so in order to get more dimensionality on the body and not so flat on her, I would make sure to have that gridded strip box or some kind of gridded strobe on this side that's mostly the one that is going to be lighting her with the main. So her head is turned into that main, so it should be off to the right. And then almost in a cross light. So you have the strobe, you have the person, and then behind them in a straight line, you've got the rim light. And then that would also, which I see you have down the back part of her foot and her calf, you can see that you have that back there. But I believe this to be a 3-light setup. I just think that your main light is flattening her out too much to where the ear and the front of the body are just... they're not dimensional enough for a dancer. And this is a strong, bold move. It needs a little bit more dimensional lighting for drama. Because this is, you got fabric flying, she looks like a butterfly, so you need some more drama in this.
Yeah, and really just to echo that, if you look at the face, you've got one of my mentors, an amazing photographer, Sergei Ivanov, always, he's like, you need a light that again, you need that point. So if you look at the face, you're maybe a little strong, but there is light to show, and then I just went through, and yeah, exactly, with the hamstring through the neck, kind of in that same tone, and so that and fine-tuning.
Well, I know that it's very complex to shoot jumping people, and I remember my first years of shooting ballet and my wow, like when I would be able to land such image, and then I would show it to ballerina, and she's like, no, you cannot show it to anyone, it's horrible. And because they critique themselves, and they really know. So with dancers, I know I was humbled so many times, and now I actually would not post before showing that to ballerina, because that's their career. As far as choice of lighting, I want to mention, so always think about what you want to convey. If it's flight, if it's motion, if it's something like fluid, you don't want to choose the light that would make your subject, like, imagine you need to cut out the subject out of the image. It would be quite easy to do because all the lines are there. You can actually trace her. She's basically pinned in that image. That's a light choice. So you want to make light choices that would not allow you to cut her out like that. Something more Baroque-like, maybe.
Great stuff. Sorry, Michael and I were just gossiping there for a second. We are going to jump ahead a little bit too, and this is creative portrait individual.
Initial impact, how fun. Great use of crop with more of a pano feel, not 16 by 9 even, but more pano. That's drawing our eyes into the subject, and that was a great use of how you put the dog and the books in the space. The shadowing looks real. So much fun. I'm going to let my other judges unpack it, but I would probably land this at, an 80, 81. This is definitely worth a merit.
I'll keep it short and sweet, and being here, and God, it's like I realize how much I try to overcomplicate my own work. And here's a photographer. This is great. Yeah. So you realize what a simple concept, but the problem with photography is thinking of it. It's easy to see someone's work and of course I can replicate it, but the reality of it, when I think of it, and it's part as a judge or somebody who critiques it, is I'm constant, when I get to a great image, I'm constant, and I think, why do I need?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And just the pose of the dog is just so strong. Like, it's such a strong, proud moment scenario. The dog is looking in the right direction, at the right height, and everything is just very much proud. And this is where, when you're working with pets and animals, it makes a massive difference. So if you were to photograph this, which I'm sure the photographer kind of did, is getting that dog to look from top to bottom and then choosing that best image that shows. And I think in terms of the storytelling of reading books and being, all the stories of man's best friends and puppy eyes and the art of hunting, it's like a hunting pose as well, especially with that little left foot. And this is where the little details, that left foot is just far back enough to look like it's like a hunting dog, which clearly it's not at all. It's a touchy. But this is the little part counts. Now, to challenge the photographer further would be to, instead of putting this into creative, to go, I wonder if you can do this as an in capture and actually create the books and actually have this as a single capture image instead. And this is where I've loved to come to WPPI for years and looking at shots going, how did you even make that? How did that even happen? And it really makes your images elevate.
Bet Kelly Brown could do it.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to say anything, but yes, Kelly Brown's ginormous book with the butterflies as the bookworm and stuff. Like, who's got that much time to create stuff?
I enjoy this image so much. I still laughing inside. I'm reading the titles of the books, and it's really a piece that really should be on the wall. I would go probably with 85 easily. What would, how to elevate it? And it's really nitpicking, so I want you to really concentrate on all the positive that was said. So nitpicking. Maybe expression on the dog's face. More being, something more exciting on the dog's face. Something more alive. As far as technical, look at the chest area. The small has kind of, draw my eye down constantly. So I'm going books, face, and then chest. So maybe kind of make it as smooth as the rest of the fur is. So it just doesn't distract. But really it's just picking. Fantastic work.
And I'll add one more, just a tiny technical detail. With the shadow that's coming off of the books, I can see that the rear leg, the far one from the camera, has a good amount of shadow. The other one that's almost right next to it, even though I see almost the same shadow going across it, feels a little bit brighter. So the dynamic range between those two rear legs feels like it's more than it should be. But again, minor nitpick.
Okay, so we are just taking a quick category switch, and we're going to do some weddings. Yep, there we go. And this is called My Vow to You. Dario, are we okay for judges here? You're good?
I'm good till 2. We're good for another 15 minutes.
Okay, great. Just checking you're all okay.
We are all good. this is where, like, when you're dealing with lights and windows and window frames and window sills and things and horizontal lines and vertical lines, like, we can't always control every situation that we're in every single time. But in terms of the print awards, this is something that I have a OCD about, and the lines, like, it's just the positioning. I can imagine this image if the photographer was further to the left and then they were both in each of those windows with the black as the middle side of how I would capture it slightly different. But then we can only judge what we judge here, and just the lines cutting through the nose and the face and then that diagonal part of the window up the top, it just frustrates me. Just, look, I did the hand thing. Did that change the camera?
I had the same, like, as soon as I saw this, I was just like, I physically went like this.
Yeah.
to like, as a photographer, I just want to make that step.
Yep. And you can't obviously, you can't reshoot this. You can't go back in time. But this is where that part of, like, coming to places like this and learning and go next time, if I have that opportunity, the next time we go to a location like this,
Exactly.
you would have heard it, you would have seen it, you would have absorbed it and go, oh, I'm going to shoot it differently this time. So this is where this print critiquing works exceptionally well, because it's not like what is done, which is fine. It only makes you a better photographer moving forward.
And while this may not have made an 80 or above, this is a saleable image that couple would be proud to be put in their album. We don't want to overlook here the emotion. The emotion on his face is what's selling this moment. It's what's saving the portrait and the image, and that's what's going to win in your client's book. And so this is saleable professional work. It just may not score well in competition.
Well, I agree with everything that was said. And I understand when this moment is there, you just shoot from your point of view. If there is opportunity to actually pose people, though you will lose that emotion. Yeah, would be. I wonder if it would be possible to change your angle a little bit to the left and also add some feel, because we're losing all the details on her. Maybe a reflector or something, but at least some details in the shadows would help.
Yeah, most of it's been said. The only thing that I'll say is I'm the one who is hanging the prints here, and it took me 2 or 3 times of trying to sort of set it in place, because that top line kept throwing me off and the image was tilting to the right. So that's how strong that line can impact our perception.
Yeah. And, going back to the importance of how valuable is a good 78 or 79 in our business. That's what I'm aiming for. When I'm shooting weddings, that's what I want to get. I want solid 76 to 79 in the whole gallery. I want 1,000 images in that. That's really good work.
Absolutely. I've probably built my entire career on 79s.
As it should be, the top end professional practice. It's a proud place to be. You just get a.
What's that? Sure. Why not? Like always the print cam, but never the.
We don't have a title for this.
Okay, Untitled. And I'll briefly speak to one positive, and that is the believability of the light source. They're facing in the right direction. It's believable that it's possible that the building can break there, or even though you're probably not there, and that there's this beam of light that's coming through and illuminating them, because it absolutely matches the background. I enjoy the fact that the groom's head is sort of also almost in that frame being framed by a little light pattern in the back. If it was more in there and it truly kind of surrounded him, that would be ideal. But again, minor nitpick. Love the image. Love the believability of the light source.
Absolutely well seen, well placed, well controlled. The pose, the lighting, the framework. all the leading lines are leading to the right places, which is absolutely stunning. The only thing I would probably look at changing slightly is just that brightness on the dress on her stomach, right beside her arm. Tiny bit too bright, but again, we've said it heaps of times, it's just nitpicking. Like, this is a beautiful, beautiful print.
Yeah, posing wise, I think I would have liked to have seen her forward hand, because this does look like the photographer said step and stop. I would like to see her forward hand back on her dress and raise it up and kind of break the arm and be a little bit more feminine with it to echo that curve of the gown that and the curve of the veil back of the dress there. And maybe her front leg is stomped heavy, and so it would be a little bit more feminine if she had some kind of bend in that front leg, especially if you had the chance to tell them how to pose and it wasn't actually a walking shot that you grabbed and as they passed through that light.
Well, I want to compliment the choice of posing them with additional, that's what Alison said, in the kind of same manner that architecture above them is. So they're very statuesque, and the architecture around echoes, their pose. And the lines kind of complement each other. Her dress and the top wires or whatever it is, the angle is matching, so that's beautiful. What I would do to elevate that image, possibly really concentrate on post-production, eliminate anything that kind of can pull you away from what you want viewer to see. So imagine you painting that. If it's not something that you would paint, deal with it with post-production.
We good?
Oops.
Okay, what's the next one? Because they're not quite in order. Let me find it. That's it. There we go. And this one is sharing is caring.
Well, the impact is definitely the emotion here. I mean, you can't fake the smile on her face like that. So it's a refreshing to see this, because I've entered a season in Houston with weddings where we don't see many of these cake smears anymore. And so I don't know if it's just our culture in our area, or maybe it's just we're getting older brides and grooms now and they're not doing this. So how fun to see the expression on that. I commend the maker on the black and white here. It takes down all the colors and it makes us really look at the two subjects here. Points of improvement, I would think it looks like you used a gridded softbox that was boomed above. Your shadow's falling behind. I think the light needs to be even higher. It's a little bit too flat onto their face, and if you raise your softbox up, or whoever's booming that for you, your shadow would fall down even further. Right now that shadow is competing with your main subjects, and we've lost detail. Well, you know what? I don't think we've lost detail in the flowers down there. Because the moment is not about the cake at this point. It is about the couple. So you're also going to want to watch your vertical lines in the windows. And I realize if you're on a wide angle and you are close up, and I know sometimes when you've got 15 people around you, your elbows are tight and you can't get back, and so you zoom out to 15 millimeters. Well, you're going to have some distortion on anything that's on the left and the right. So if you can back up, but try not to use all the way to the edge of your wide angle lens, because that distortion does happen.
And the quickest way to get rid of distortion is crop it out. I can't use my hands, I have to use my little L here. But in the case of a print, and when you've got a wide angle camera, you're gonna have that distortion. You can't help it. It's just gonna happen. But if you cropped right in between those two windows, it virtually would have corrected itself, and it wouldn't draw the judge's eye away from the subject matter. And I always find if you don't need it in the picture, just get rid of it.
Yeah, my general rule is distort everything or distort nothing, but pick one or the other. Either where that we believe it if the entire thing and their heads go wacky, and then that adds to the moment. Only note I'll say is that there's certain images for for wedding photographers that become kind of like the staple of what we've seen. The other challenge in terms of pulling this, let's say, up to towards an 80 is how many other images like this are you going up against that are so much similar? And as judges, we do look at originality as a very strong factor. We will even sometimes forgive some technical flaws in the background, because sitting on a panel, if I'm going to challenge an image and that's so original, one judge will say, well, the hand, I'm seeing the back of the hand and it's so flat. And I would say, yeah, great, I will deduct 15 points from 100 for that one hand. But the rest of the image, that's certainly an 85 or whatever. And so if it doesn't be written now, that's when the flaws become a lot easier to bring down to the next category.
Just a quick question on that. How are the shadows doing in the black? I can't see from here, so just curious. Do you see it? It's all good?
Yeah, there's detail.
Yeah. And if you're watching at home, just looking at that histogram gives you a good idea. There's a lot of dark in this image, but you can see that it's actually really mostly spread throughout the midtones. And the brightest part of the image is still well away from the edge of that right-hand side. We are empty. There is more coming. Actually, what we can do is...
I want to make sure I have some actual intelligence to say first.
oh, hang on. He has some. Which category is this? Wedding still? Portrait. Okay. Back to portrait we go.
Sarah, my last one. Okay. Last one. My last one.
Oh, your last one.
Are you good?
Yeah. Can we have a swap now?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Having a quick swap of judges as well. And so let's just hugs and kisses. Thank you so much, Alison.
Invite me to your country.
Come to Australia.
And
I need a reason. Yes.
let's just go back to, wait a second.
Michael, first.
Oh.
I got nothing.
All right.
Hey, Kate, how are you?
Is there a title for this one?
I'm going to get it for you. Okay, title is Shasta. And the maker is in the room.
No, because if the maker is right there.
Exactly, we are trained. We are
Yeah.
trained.
Okay, well, Mark volunteered me to go first. So, complicated portrait. Looks simple, many elements, and it's very difficult to handle all of them. Yet I'm seeing detail all through. I'm positive. I am a sucker when you throw light and shadow, especially on a textured surface, such as the curtain that's off to the right, and you let me play around in that area. I kind of like it. Initially, I was like, oh, that's negative because I'm bringing it up, that then I go right into the subject, and I really like it. Where the image sort of asking for a little bit of tweaking is because I'm struggling to find exactly where I want to land, because the image begins to change as it goes from spot to spot. So much depth and texture in the curtain on the right. I to the subject and I have a beautiful broad light on subject, which I like. I love photographers that are willing to say, you know, I don't have short light everything. I don't know. Short light being that the side of the face furthest from the camera is lit versus the broad light, which is often viewed as a no-no. So I love the courage of that. But then the image begins to flatten out. I go from all of this texture and shadow on the upper right to the pillar that's on the left that is now kind of evenly lit. It begins a different style of the image. And then when you look off of the pillar, some of the flowers that are on the ground, I'm wondering, or leaves, is that really contributing to the story? It's like there's many different stories here and many different styles, and they were kind of put together. It's a wonderful portrait, but stylistically, it is shifting very, very quickly. Get the story for the reason of the image to shift in that style. Maybe for me, that
Not so much counter, but more so there's a lot going on. and there's nowhere to rest your eye. Like, I'm looking at her face, I'm like, oh, look at that face, it's beautiful. Oh, flowers, oh, red shoes, I wonder what she's holding. Look at the orange feather. Hey, there's pears up there. And my eye just keeps bouncing around and around and around and around in circles. This is a bit of a less is more scenario. Like, there's a little bit, for me, there's a little bit too many elements to look at and too many colours. Beautiful subject, beautiful idea, but in terms of there's just a lot of stuff going on, and I don't know where to rest. I don't know where to stop looking around. So I'd probably remove some of the elements so that you don't have that distraction as well. And then just with her position is just move her a little bit to the right so she's got some space with the pillar. I feel that there's a lot happening on the left-hand side, and with that blue curtain, it does draw you back, but I feel there's a little bit too much space on that side of things as well.
Welcome, Kat.
Hi.
I just looked up and it's like, oh,
hi.
Hello.
Yes, Alison has changed. I would definitely agree with the detail elements. You get up really close onto this print, and you see detail like feet and yards behind that blue curtain, which is incredible. But I do agree with the tension of the subject being up against that pillar and having all of the space to the right. I almost, want to know more about the pears and the flowers and what is she holding and what is the city behind her. It's a lovely piece, but it takes me everywhere except to her. So I think the color grading is beautiful. It is not a simple task to grade something with high contrast in white and dark saturated blacks. And so that I think was handled really, really beautifully. But I think overall, I want to know more.
Well, when I saw this image, initially I thought about British portraits of 19th century. It kind of reminded me of that style when we have kind of background with something going on and beautiful subject with a lot of things around and flowers and all of this. And so I want to compliment author on impact. There is very strong impact. The basis of the pose is there. You have beautiful contrapposto. Contrapposto is when the body is turned on the vertical axis, so the hips one way, the chest another way, the face another way. So the foundation is here. But then in details, it kind of falls apart. So when you're doing something that reminiscence of museum art piece, pay attention to details. The pose for her feet, like 19th century, no one would pose feet like that, and hands, especially hands. Another point I want to make. So if you also thought about those portraits of British painters of 19th century, the particular aspect of that, and it's about utilization that my colleagues talked about, it's very selective. So there will not be a lot in the flowers or the fabric around. There will be very selective impact. So I think the foundation is here. It's a matter of playing and finessing. Very impactful work.
Okay, and the next one. Okay, and this is A Throne of Stories. A Throne of Stories.
This one's really clever, and this is a pretty cool name to match the print. I am questioning why there's a black box within the print itself.
I'm wondering if it's a digital mat.
Yeah, if it's a digital mat, or if it was meant to be there, or if it's just how it just doesn't need to be there. But talking about the image, the brighter spots on her face, which is great. I would have liked to see the back of the books a little bit more as well, not just all the book spine, not the pages side, and just mix that up a little bit. And if you don't have a throne of books, make it the height and the size and the making it extraordinary. They've done quite well, but the throne, the actual seat itself, I would have liked to seen more of a throne type of feeling, something that's bigger, stronger, and but the height of it, I think the photographer's done really well. So that's only the feedback that I would give. As a print store, I would store this definitely into the 80s. And I think it's shot really well and compositions well. I would just tweak a few little things. This is one of those kind of sets where there's so much going on, where you would just change stuff up and shoot, and then change stuff up and shoot, and just keep on playing until you can see what sits really well. But the photographer's done a pretty good job.
I think the impact of this is incredible. I love the color grade. That blue is so dramatic and just runs like a river, right? And then you have all of these books, but I agree that the throne element really would have taken this to the next level. But that being said, I think they did a beautiful job on the color grading. I would like to see, there's a shadow on the subject's toes there that could have just been finessed slightly, just so that the skin tone is cohesive throughout. But overall, like, I love the dimensionality. That's the word I'm looking for. Here, so that you can tell that story over and over and over again, and you can be dramatic. And I think it's a beautiful portrait.
Well, I love the message of the image. It's clear message, clear story. The books, the metronome, are elevated. Because of that, what I would want to suggest, play with finding ways to introduce more separation of the subject in the head area, the top of her hair, from the background. I'm kind of losing her over there, the very top of her head. Very beautiful work.
Do you think potentially putting a crown to go with her thorn, with the book of, what was it called? Crown of Stories, to get some sort of headpiece, or to accentuate that? Would that help, do you think, or would it just distract from the elements?
Or a saber.
Well, visually, I think it would definitely help. Statement-wise, though, I don't know. Can be ordinary woman, and that's our way of life. We get an education, to elevate ourselves. So you don't have to be a queen, to read and to play music. But visually, definitely, that would definitely help with separation.
The black, even if you wanted to go, let's assume that we didn't see, because of the black, and when I'm going to test, there are other organizations where digital mats are very highly favored, not required, but judges really like to see them, so maybe the makers come from. But with the black mat here, the back is a little bit more the dark contrast in it. The note, it'd probably be in that 81. What I would easily just leap to an 85, 86 is if there was a little bit more dynamic range contrast in the books, and that can easily be done. Here a little bit of burning here to really begin to accentuate this, and then my eye begins to hop all over the place.
Great stuff. So, fencing. Great. Okay, this is called the Olympian.
So the initial impact is awesome. Sitting back initially, it's like, ooh, I want to go in and discover more Oh, and as you go in, you can just make out the face. And this is the kind of prints that really elevate in any awards that is being judged, that when you get closer, you discover more detail. And I think that's a really cool thing, that you can just make out the face and the expression. The one thing that gets distracted, and maybe my ADHD kicks in, is you can see the reflection of the lights on the handle of the sword itself, that you can see the roof of where it is. And it just distracts my eye from what we're looking at, because you can see that it's an office building and you can see the 3 squares around it. Now, to control that is going to be a big fat pain in the butt. But if we're going to talk about images that are going to be displayed on the wall and cherished forever, they're the kind of little details that is going to make a difference. But in terms of the story and getting you intrigued, I think the photographer's done really well.
You hear during judging if any live streams are sad in where you say the print is stronger than the digital, and so the ones where the getting lost in digital, there's almost the more pattern that's really to block, and how much stronger that the work categories of art in the face showing in the print. And I've spoken with many people here at WPPI who are like, oh, I know about printing. And boy, this image just absolutely. This image to me, the difficulty with this is you know if this is or scores well in competition, this is one of the scores once, and then ruin it for everybody else who follows you. What is still concept? And like, you know, it's simple. I haven't seen anything like this really. Plenty of straight portraits. Difficult ever like because we reward originality, and I think this certainly has. And one minor tweak is like. Apologies. The blade just sliding over to be perfectly centered would, when you said my OCD, I thought you were going to actually say like that it's just ever so slightly tilted towards camera right, but that's it. I'd be 3 to 8 measurements on this, but then years down the road, is the 80.
I love that I can see the face of the subject under the mask, and the longer I look at it, the more details I discover, and that's the strength of the image. So yeah, it would be silver for me, definitely. What would elevate it for me? Maybe more post-production of the costume. There's a lot of lines that kind of pulls attention away from the face and the sword. What do you call it? And also more engagement on the other hand, even if it's down, because now it's just passive. It looks passive, and it creates a strong leading line, you know, bottom away from the frame. So some more engagement, even if in muscles. So really, if that's the pose it needs to be, and I'm not shooting this sport, so it needs to be someone who knows the pose. Even if that's the pose that needs to be. If muscles are engaged, it would look a bit different, not as passive.
So I've been just staring at this, and listening to all of the feedback, and there is some resistance I'm feeling to it, and I don't know if it's tension that's created by having so much negative space at the top, which feels almost oppressive, and then you bring the symbolism of the flag in with the mask. I think that was executed really well, just to have like, hey, this means something, right? And they're telling a story here. But I agree with Tatiana that there needs to be a bit more post-production after the fact on the uniform itself, just because as we get down farther towards the bottom of the image, the whites kind of gray out, and then they get a little murky down on like the subject's left hip, and some even reflections there. I would say overall, like, though, this is a really cool execution, and I love the storytelling here. It's multifaceted and executed quite well.
Great stuff. Welcome, Jen. And let's just Which one is this? Okay, I gotcha.
Sarah, you're crushing it, my friend.
And the title is Top of the World.
So I think I actually critiqued this one for Icon Awards, so I'm going to let somebody else go first. But I don't repeat myself and can hear other said.
Well, for me, initial impact was like, wow, I love the triangle here. Very nice. So, and we have really plain darks and lights. It's like harmony, like music to me. Then when I look closer, then it starts to fall apart for me because the subject matter kind of turned away, so there is no connection with the person who is in the portrait. So strong for me in general storytelling. In details, it needs maybe different pose, finessing, so playing with that.
I agree that the impact, like I want to understand, like, oh, okay, they've reached a summit, right? And they have, looks like walking sticks maybe. I'm not sure of the sport here. And they've accomplished, they're ringing that bell, like I made it. But that being said, I'm losing a lot in the sky itself, in the brightest pieces. It just, that detail kind of disappears, and it's got such a strong contrast to the subject matter with the rocks and the person that I start fighting, right? Visually, I start looking around and going, okay, what else? What am I missing? What am I missing? Instead of really, like, perhaps a different lens choice would have been more apropos, so that we could really dial in and understand like what it took to reach this pinnacle.
I want to just start by applauding the maker in the really awesome choice of cropping this as beyond like a normal panoramic and 1:2 ratio here, because I think it makes you feel very isolated at the top here. Top of the World, is that what it was titled? When you get to the peak of something and you're looking around, this is what you feel like you see. But I would encourage the maker next time is maybe bring that frame in a little bit. I don't love how we're following the mountain up and then there's this rock here. Like if we actually brought the frame in a little bit more, so we're not getting the peak there, we'd have a better leading line all the way up to the subject there.
Yeah, that was exactly one of my points. And then Top of the World, right now the horizon line kind of it's veering towards being somewhere in the center, and would love to see either more, if possible. And you don't know where the maker is. Let me back up a second, because the racer or whatever's happening here, they made it there, but that means that the photographer is somewhere roughly in that general vicinity. So prop to your ability to get to that location to capture this. Either possibly bringing the camera down a little bit, or really leading me in with all of the that's happening there, potentially even opening up your aperture to, stopping down to really get the rocks and making me had to be climbed to get there, and putting the subject really sort of more up almost in the top corner to whether the center right now. I'm kind of like, do I favor the sky a little bit more? Do I favor the rocks? So, but again, just getting there makes you kind of my.
Great stuff. Okay, so while we just wait for some prints, because just want to remind everybody that Dario is printing live as we speak on the show floor using Canson Infinity papers, Canon printer, and inks on fine art, beautiful paper.
Can I say something really briefly about the two of you?
Oh my God! Let me take myself off screen so that I don't get embarrassed. Hang on.
No. Like
there you go. You can
I've got to say, and I remember seeing like some of like your earlier work, and then you did some work with like Luke and David Edmondson, and then like the next year, well, what is it like? It was just unrecognizable. Like how you've skyrocketed. Dario's like. And neither one of you walks around like any rock star, but then you look at your work and wake me down like a class. I've been watching you guys like work in scenes, and I mean, I'm not saying this to like kiss up to you in any way. Like, I don't understand how you don't have like a crew of like 15 people doing this. So like what you guys are doing is amazing, because I love the fact that we can so freely discuss the images. So you guys, thank you for being with us at the judging. Oh! I got my own little, drawing.
He makes little drawings on the fly as well.
That's a nice way Dario wants to kick me off.
We do have a team, because first of all, there are all you guys, and then there's this lady behind you, Christina, and her husband Vi, who've been stepped in to help us out as well. So we're not alone in this, but the exhaustion is real. I hope it's not that obvious.
No. You guys are my power. You're the Alec Baldwin and Kim Basinger of power couples for me.
I'll take it. Apart from the divorce, we don't want that. Oh, it was very sweet. Thank you, Michael. And we have prints. Now I've just got to find the Lightroom. I'll put it onto print, and while you just look at that, I will find the title. This is called Iron Will.
Iron Will. Oh, Iron Will. Are you zoomed in on the screen now? Oh no, it's the same.
I remember when I first started doing backlit and trying to get silhouettes and really appreciate like texture and coloration to help with that storytelling, and the title here, Iron Will and Breaking Chains, in this pose of surrender, like I see where they're headed in that storytelling. I would say it might be even a little more tension to like bring those traps up and really have him feel it. But that being said, you know, like where we get a little bit lost is on the front side of it. He has all of this great tattoo work that would really contribute to the story, that is really like borderline lost here. And so bringing in a bit, even if it's a slight reflector, not even another light, so that we can really get that tattoo and that tension there to feed that story.
I feel like with this image, we often talk about lens choice or pose choice or anything like that, but I feel like the photographer may have been just a little too high up with this particular pose. And I like that the chain is being highlighted in that shadow area of his glove. That's quite wonderful there, that it makes it very easy to see that it's a chain, and it could have easily got lost with the white background and the lighting and the grays and everything like that. But I feel awkward. Does anyone else feel awkward looking at this? And I feel like it's just because as the lens is just a little too high on him. We almost want to have more of a hero style pose, or we want to be so much taller than him that we're looking and feeling for him because maybe he's down on his knees, or he's, again, Iron Will was the name. And the title just makes me want to like believe in him. And we're just kind of in the middle ground right here, and we're not quite ready to believe in him yet.
Yeah, it could be numerous things. Two different images with the light and just freaking arms. beautiful variation. You're getting just enough where you really want to with this little play around in that my eye down triangle of light that I'm getting his face, and go to the hands and the chain. Now it becomes less ethereal, which the face is, and now just more realistic. And I transition there, and the chain feels a bit ordinary. Here, bigger chain, heavier, rusty would be see rather than just what feels like a modern that we kind of got off the shelf.
Well, I want to upload author's imagination and playing with the storytelling. For myself, I want to share my kind of process. When I create a piece, I actually try to describe it verbally. What is it? What's it about? Is it strength? Is it power? Is it losing hope? What's it about? And that direction of the story will dictate the angle. Exactly what Jen said about either you need to shoot from lower angle if the story is about power, or from higher up. Also, we need more details in the shadows. I think image would really benefit from that. And if you would be playing more with that image, consider black matte.
I just want to add one more thing on this because we've been looking at it and we've been enjoying it, and we're enjoying. I love that his head is tilted up. But we often talk about posing women and posing women's bodies with an S curve and accentuating everything. Men also require the same level of detail in the posing. And I was up there and trying to crop up just a little bit. And this gentleman, I'm very happy that he's comfortable posing without his shirt on. But the way this has been lit, his stomach area isn't the most flattering in the bottom of that arm. But if we bring the crop up slightly and even do maybe more of a 16:9 crop on it and get rid of that square there and come up just a little bit, he's going to look like he is built more. He has more power and everything like that, and the lines are just going to be that much better with it.
Amazing comments. It's great that we get to just like play around with mats as well and see what works and what doesn't. This is the Birmingham Shadow.
Great job to the maker, just to start with just the gaze that this gentleman is giving us. Like, I feel like he's almost looking directly into my soul, or like we caught him at a moment that, we weren't supposed to see or something. So I want to applaud the maker in hopefully coaching this really cool expression and this really cool moment to start with. That impact right away, you just wanted to go in and look closer. When I went in closer, I felt a little bit of disappointment. I wanted the cufflinks to be in focus, and I feel like we're just out of the focus plane of those, and I wanted more detail in everything when I went in close.
I would definitely agree with the expression. It's you caught him in a moment, and he's like, hey, yes, me, what? But when I look at an image like this that's styled this way, I have to ask myself, like, what's the point of this styling? What era are we styling for? And where is the disconnect? And the disconnect for me is in the grade, right? In that color grade. Like, yes, okay, we've even got separation with the black vest and the black background, and, great job there. But I want that color grade to support the story. It's, yes, it's sharp. It looks good. He's styling. But this cigarette hanging out of his mouth that isn't lit is what intimates that is now supposed to be more old world styling, but we have a very modern finish on it. So let's sort of bring those two things together, and I think you'll have a next level image.
The image has very strong impact. It's all about connection to the viewer. That gaze is just amazing. The hand on the hat looks a bit static to me. So with posing, that's one thing that I use in my studio. I pose my client, but I ask for one motion. And that kind of helps the hands to settle in a more fluid way. I was also wondering about the point of the cigarette. It was not clear to me. I love the styling and I like the post-production. And I want to point to one minor detail in post-production. Everything is so polished. Everything but the inner wrist on the hand on the right of the frame. So make it more cohesive. Beautiful image.
Yeah, just mentioned it to you. Exactly. My point was the camera right wrist and that sleeve definitely going. And the camera and marks where the sleeve. This is outer portrait. And got this tube where I'm not in the story.
Okay. We're waiting for a print. And a quick judge swap out. Thank you, Michael. Delightful as always. Really thank you for stopping by. Really appreciated it. We appreciate you. Dario, what print is next? What print is next? You are. And welcoming Mr. Connelly onto the panel. Welcome, Ben. Next up, please. You're the print handler, by the way. Yeah. You've got some gloves there. The prints are right there in front of you. So when you're ready, just grab those gloves and get a print.
It really makes you appreciate having the print handlers at print competition where they're just ready to go. They're ready to rock and roll. They got everything
and you and
under
I know
control.
about that, right, Jen?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, just that one at the top. That'd be great.
You're a little crooked, but we'll get there.
Yeah, I'm straight.
Well, I find the image quite impactful. Love the composition. Love the storytelling. There's a lot that goes for the image. What can elevate is if we'll see more details in the shadows, and there's a lot of shadows. So I want to see more details. Also consider, for future, different depths of field. We're losing his front hand a bit, it's blurry. And I think, for this image, it doesn't really add to the story.
Okay, and the title, by the way, is Lord of Night.
I definitely agree with losing the focus on the front hand, especially since the night sky, all of those stars are like tack crystal in motion, and almost to the point where they're competing with his face. And that being said, his expression is killer. Like, the connection you got here was really terrific. But we want to pay attention to more of those details, like what's in focus, why does it matter? Because your color grading is good, but we've even got like a bruise on the thumbnail. Does that need to be there, or was that a detail that was missed? And I think also a different paper choice would have been, could have really taken this to a next level. This feels pretty glossy, and that reflection doesn't really help the image. It just sort of competes with it.
As judges, we're trained to not look at a monitor when the image is being shown. We're trained to look directly at the print, and we're supposed to critique the print. That being said, I keep looking over at the monitor, and I'm like, dang, I really like everything that's going on the monitor as far as the detail in his coat, the way the smoke looks and everything like that. It's less, this is like so contrasty in front of us. So I do agree with you. The paper choice maybe would have brought out some of those details that we're seeing in the monitor a little bit better. I just want to focus on real quick, like, what a fun concept. I feel like we see this concept with women all the time and having this like dark, moody and everything like that. But this guy, oh my gosh, like his brow. I'm like obsessed. The way his brow is like looking at me, I feel judged by him almost. But where I'm falling a little sad is that his hand is raised so far up with that smoke, it's starting to block off his beautiful sculpture of the bottom of his chin. And because we're in a studio, I'm assuming that this isn't like a spur of the moment thing that we set up. So we want to make sure that we either pull a frame where the smoke is not blocking his really chiseled, gorgeous face. Look, you, come on. And if we brought his hand down a little bit, or if we chose a different frame with different smoke in it, we'd also be able to see all the detailing and styling they did on his chest. Maybe that's something they painted in, maybe it's tattoos, I'm not really sure, but there's so much blocking all of that story elements that we could really elevate this piece.
Thanks very much. I don't really have much more to add. I kind of want to echo what my other judges have said, that it does feel a little bit dark. I'm struggling with the shadows, in the detail in the shadows a little bit. I'd love to see those just brought up a little bit. Again, that's something to do with paper choice. Also, doing that in camera will help. The other thing that I would really love to see is just a little bit more light on the left. As we're looking at it, the left eye, but it's the gentleman's right eye. So the lighting seems to be fairly symmetrical on both sides, because you can see his amazing jawline that I wish I had, by the way. Yeah. But one of the eyes is a little bit more darker than the other, and I'd love to see both eyes illuminated the same, because I think the eyes are quite piercing, and they're the one thing that is looking at you and dragging you into this. And I think if both were illuminated the same, it would really elevate it. I think a different aperture choice, again, because we're, as the fellow judges said, front hand, but the background is very sharp. So just a little bit of post-production work there, and also a different aperture choice will make it a lot stronger.
I just wanted to hold your hand right there. One other thing, I'm only human. One other thing to add, when we're inserting in some kind of background in post, I do see some stars in the smoke, which it looks like maybe didn't get masked off where he is and everything like that. So when we're putting things in post, we need to make sure that they're not appearing where they shouldn't be in the order of everything.
What was the title again? Something Night? Lord of Night?
Lord of Night.
That might have been intentional.
So
the stars in the smoke?
We actually have the photographer here, so she can explain what this is about. Go for it.
I'd love to explain. This is titled Lord of Night. The fellow, his name is Rhys. He's from the popular romantasy series ACOTAR, A Court of Thorns and Roses. I don't know if anyone knows that series. If you do, you would know. He's known for his good looks, so I love that you commented on that. He is the best looking. If you ask anyone who's into romantasy, he's supposed to be one of the best looking characters out there. So I thought the model choice was, I loved him when I found him, but I've really appreciated your comments, and he wields smoke. That's why I have that, and I did add the specs in post, and I think if I would have blurred them more, that would have come together more with my aperture choice. But I like your idea of doing a different aperture as well, but I appreciate the commentary. Thank you.
I also want to add something as well, just in case you didn't mention it. If you did, apologies, because I'm concentrating on this as well. But in terms of lighting, there's well, first of all, if you look at the histogram, you can see that how far all of those darks are on the left. It's why we're struggling a little bit with the print. It means that, really that whole kind of big spike there just needs to kind of come up like half a centimeter. What's that in inches? I don't know. You know what I mean? Couple of millimeters. It needs to be moved away so that we can read on the paper. We can read all of these values. But you know what would really elevate this for me is that we have this lit. This is in camera, right? Because this is individual portrait, right? Okay, some specs in the background, but that's it. But we've got this lit sort of starry night, but we're not getting just a tiny little bit of rim light. Tiny little bit, just so that we feel like that there's actually light behind that is coming. But the tiniest bit. That's it. Beautiful work, though. I'm so glad you got to be here.
Do you think I have enough fill light? Did someone comment on that? Because I wondered about that.
Anybody want to comment on fill light? Is there enough fill light?
For me, I would just... Thanks very much. For me, it's just a little bit dark. I would want to see a little bit more. Yeah.
I always believe that you can always darken it down. You can add a little bit of fill. It can look flat, but then you can add the contrast. If you don't have the fill light there, you're really going to struggle, especially in print. That's when you start seeing noise and artifacting and things going out of gamut. It starts getting really tricky. So it can't hurt. It really can't hurt if it's just a tiniest bit.
With that said, though, the hand that is in front, if you look at the two hands, the lighting on both is so different. And the front hand is fighting with the face in terms of luminosity. So I know that you've got the smoke coming out of that hand, but if it wasn't conflicting so much with the face in terms of luminosity, if you darken that down just a little bit, that's going to, again, draw you more to the face. Because for me, the first thing I saw was the hand and the smoke, and that drew me up to the face. So a way to check that is turn the photo upside down on your screen. Like, close your eyes, turn the photo upside down, and then look at it again. And the first place your eye goes to is not most of the time where we would all go. And if it's not where you want it to be, you need to adjust it. Yeah. So you see me walking around upside down like an owl.
Fantastic. Okay. Ready to move on? Did anybody all good?
Just a shame that you have to invite this model back to your studio and reshoot this entire concept. It's just a shame.
I think that we should be there, really.
Yeah, I feel like you need our help to make sure you get this right next time, like a team of all of us.
Okay, so next, please. And this is also Rachel, and this is individual portrait, Starfall. So same photographer. Oh, so it's from the. Okay.
What-
You're really a fan.
What is the name? What is the print title?
Print title is Starfall. Rachel gets to take her prints home with her. How cool is that? Do you have paper samples as well? Paper samples? I will get you some. Just 1 second. So Starfall is the name of her gown in the book. And she made the gown. See that? You have to put that in the title. I made the gown. Title of the image.
I think the color harmony here is lovely. I think the piece that I am struggling with is the light on her face is not as bright as her rib cage on that same side. And so that's causing my eye to kind of go up and down and back and forth. And then we're also losing some of her hand on that far hip. And so it's getting a little chunky with that hand there. But her left arm is just hanging beautifully. There's great separation. And then you have the curve of her hip there, and then the swoosh of the dress. I would really just work to bring a little bit more fill from the photographer's vantage point to come in, just to fill some of that face that's in the shadow there, and brighten that up so it's not quite in so much competition with her rib cage.
Well, I'm in love with the image. I mean, the grace, her expression, so lovely, and that swirl of the dress, and yeah, color harmony is really speaking here. What I would maybe play with, hands. So a little bit more, like maybe bend in the wrist. So with hands, you want to bend, even if it's static, slight bend. Yeah, a little bit. So that elbow a little bit close to the waist. Maybe a little bit bend in the wrist. Tiniest changes. And frame left, I would want to see how it would look with some separation of hand and the body, because she's very slim and we're kind of losing that with this pose. Also, the stars in her hair, right? That's what I saw. I mean, it makes sense with the title, but it's also a risky choice because not every judge would catch it. So just be careful about that, but so lovely. It's really gorgeous.
One, I'm echo everything that you guys just said, because this is beautiful. As photographers, we find inspiration in many, many places. And I just want to caution the maker is just because you find inspiration there, you have to be careful that we may not be able to follow the story that you're trying to tell. So we have the maker here with us. She's told us this is the lover from the book, or the lover from the story. There's so many of those little details between the name and the stars and all this stuff that we're missing because we haven't read the book. And I know we're not supposed to go back and reference the other images as well, but it's this very similar sentiment with the image we just viewed of the male gentleman with the smoke and everything. There's details in that book that inspired you to take the photo, but you've named it and styled it so specifically that we miss it as judges because we're not privy to some of that information. So take inspiration, but also show it to somebody else. We have Jerry Guionis judging us back there, judging the judges. Take the inspiration and then find somebody who literally would know nothing about the book or nothing from where you found the inspiration from and ask, does this make sense? What do you see when you look at this? I'm in love with all the styling, and I am so impressed that you made this gorgeous, gorgeous. I wish I could look that gorgeous in that gown. It is stunning. But just know that we don't have the same background of where you're coming from when the image is created.
When I first saw this and put it up, I just went, wow, that is just a beautiful, beautiful portrait of a beautiful woman. And the color toning, it works beautifully. All the little flashes, all the little lights, the little catch lights, they all work beautifully. The face looking down the body away from the light, the head back in. There's so much about this that is beautiful. There's just a couple of little things that will elevate it. But if we stop and think, by giving this to this person, giving this image to this beautiful girl, she is going to absolutely love it no matter what we say, what we think. To be very brutal and to actually critique it, all I would say to you is the highlights behind her, like the backdrop, just feels just a little bit bright, and it feels like the backdrop's just competing with her a little bit. Just in the lighter areas, like the shadows, beautiful, the color toning of all of it is beautiful. Just bring the highlights in the backdrop down a little bit, just so they're not competing with her. And I also want to echo what the judge said with the pose. The pose is beautiful, but if we just refine it by a couple of millimeters or a couple of centimeters, it's going to make all the difference. Hand hanging down, as we said, just a very slight wrist up. You turn her body fractionally more towards the light, what you're going to see is separation between the hand on her waist and her body, because when you look at her now, it may look wide. Without that separation, she looks wider than she is, and a little bit rectangle from the shoulders down. But if you turn you don't have to change anything, it's still bent as it is. You can still have separation on the straight and the arm that's hanging, but if you turn the body towards the light a little bit more, you'll be able to see the slight separation between her arm and her body and her chest. And by doing that and giving you a tiny bit of separation, shapes her even more beautifully, and she doesn't look rectangle at the top. So those two changes, along with just toning down the rib cage and toning down the front shoulder, so it doesn't compete with the face. Just stunning. I love it.
Can I make one more? Sorry, I was just thinking about this. Anytime that you're posing anybody with this big, long, voluptuous hair and a skirt like this, with all of this volume and tulle, you want the hair and the skirt to mirror one another. So they're either going in the same direction or in the complete opposite direction. Because right now her hair is gorgeous. So if I'm in and tight on that, like, okay, cool, that's really pretty hair. Had it been on the other side and swooping down with that long arm, now it's moving in the same direction as that skirt. And so that carries the movement of the eye and keeps her face at forward. And it's just like, that's that stupid, tiny little micro topic. But it goes a long way. And I know you were probably really excited about the hair. I get super excited about hair and like getting into those highlights and just making it super dramatic. But let's get it going in the same direction as the skirt.
I just turned it black and white just to see what catches our eye. You know, that little trick that we do. Let's just...
That's gorgeous. And black
Okay,
and white.
so now what are you seeing? Yeah. And I'm seeing just this skirt here. This is what I'm seeing. So that's the pro tip, to do everything black and white. Do a plain grayscale conversion. Don't do what I did and hit black and white, because then you've got all of the different channels that messes with the tonalities. Do a grayscale conversion, print it out, turn it upside down, and then you can see all kinds of stuff. Great. Next print, please.
There isn't one.
There isn't one. Dario, come on, you're slacking. Oh, Dario has.
Before the next print, can we have a picture together with Rachel? And this
Of course.
your print, because I think you're a girl now. You have two prints, samples, panel talking about.
Just taking a quick break to take a picture.
Not going anywhere.
That is absolutely.
It only looked good on her, but it's not working. It's not a real dress. Oh, shucks. I appreciate that. You got it.
Stay tuned. We are just giving Rachel her print and taking a picture.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Sir Tony Hewitt is about to join our panel. And with that, I will leave the panel so I can let you maneuver your chairs. Without... Yeah, you might want to get out. Yeah, exactly. Without stepping over you guys.
Sorry, we're going to get snuggly. Hello, sir.
Hello, how are you?
Andy.
You've been knighted all of a sudden.
Is that how that works?
Passing a free beer. We once bought, you know, in England you can buy a plot of land and become a lord.
Yeah.
That's how Peter's story this way. You ever have people calling that? So the podcast, Carlino, there's a podcast that Christian Fletcher's in. So Carlino actually bought online.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. So we have Sir Tony Hewitt in the house. I'm British. I'm distantly related to royalty, as we all are. And so I pronounce you a sir. Is that right?
It is now.
Mate's good enough.
Mate is good enough. All right, mate. Okay, so Tony, would you just like to introduce yourself? And just be aware there's a camera up there. And you always need to speak into the mic. That one.
So do you want me to introduce myself? Tony Hewitt, background in weddings and portraits, these days fine art, commercial, landscape, educator, photo tour leader, mentor, worked in the judging space for a while, trying to get better every day, like everybody else. Yeah, there you go. And privileged to be here.
Okay, so Ben, next print, please. I now need to find it. It's not that one. Are we on, Dario, are we on portrait still? Okay. Teenager, okay. Because, okay. Okay, there we go.
What are we in now?
Hmm?
Is there a title and what
Yeah.
are we in? Teenager?
We're in Teenager and it's track season loading.
First impression, I think it's a really cool photo for this particular young guy. I love how the red, what he's wearing in red matches the red behind. The red rim light, obviously off to the side, really pulls him to the background, and I love that red rim. The only thing I think that I kind of want to see is maybe just a little bit more fill just on the arm, on the bottom, as we're looking at it, the bottom right-hand shoulder, which I think is his shoulder, and also just a little bit more fill on his face on the darker side, just so we can see just a fraction more of that. Apart from that, beautiful photo.
I really appreciate the way the maker has taken time to balance. It's clearly the school colors in here. So we have like the silver and we have the red and everything like that. And I appreciate that even in the detail here, like the maker has tried to keep that cooler tone of the silver. But looking at his arm is color cast kind of going a little blue, purple, magenta to me. And it's really pulling me out of the school spirit, which, you know, he's the maker and this track runner, this track star has obviously tried to highlight in this image. And I was trying to think, would I want it warmed up? Like if you go in and you look, like the rim light on his arm there and everything, it's very cold, it's very blue. And I don't know if I'd want that to be warmer or how we would address that in the image itself. But I love the way he's centered. I love the way the arms are crossed there. He looks like he's just ready to go. we also want to be careful that, again, when we do kind of like the squint test and everything on this, when we're looking at the image and the brightest spot of it, we want to come down. Like his shorts to me are dragging me out of this image. The way that the light is hitting on we're looking on the left side, his right side, down towards the bottom is quite distracting.
I am such a sucker for high school senior photos. They're so much fun, and you get to really like dive into something that subject absolutely loves and has just dedicated so much of their lives to. It's such a young age. It's where you get to be experimental and really play on the storytelling. The things that are pulling me out, I agree about the shorts, but also the reds are different. Right, we have a very warm red in the back, whereas the reds that he's wearing are very cool. But the inconsistencies in his skin tones, and I know that's probably farmer's tan from being out and running every day and all of that. We need to pay attention to these inconsistencies when we're, submitting for competition. Those details matter. And one last little bit is bring some tension into that pose. This pose looks like, okay, hold the baton and point your forehead down. I want him thinking about running that last 30 meters, right? I want him feeling it in that moment. So I'm going to ask for that in that pose, right? The tension in his arms and pulling his shoulders in and really bringing that excellence to the table.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have all covered most of the points I would have hit on. I wonder if a tiny bit more light in the eyes, or even just a slight lift of the chin, just a little bit, not to see the eyes, because obviously that's not the intent of the image, but it just gets lost a little bit, particularly on our right. The hair takes over, and I'd just like to know a little bit more about the character. Picking up on what you said about the light on the, coming in from our left, the subject's right. For me, the right shoulder's probably the part that's too bright, and we do tend to get pulled across to that area. It's not a bad idea to look at an image, and one of the tricks I use is to blur the whole thing when I'm looking at it, just to see where the light patches are, dark and light. And I think in this image we'd be pulled onto that left quadrant, but then also we've got the right hand side of the background is the brightest part of the background, so we're getting pulled from the front left to the back right through the young gentleman's face, but we're nothing holding us there. Does that make sense? We're bouncing between the baton on our left and the shoulder and that background, but we're not getting stopped halfway. So for me, the pose is strong. Yeah, the tan lines work with your lighting a bit better, but the areas that are pulling us because of contrast and because of richness are taking us away from the parts of the image that we should be looking at. One way to deal with that is, I think people tend to start off with an image that sometimes already has a loading or an imbalance in tonal mapping. So if you even it out a little bit more at the beginning and then start adding back the contrast with a more deliberate intent, you can control where the viewer's eye goes, if that makes sense. So for me at the moment, you've got this bright area here, bright area here and here. So we're kind of bouncing through front to back, but this is where I want to be held. He's got a pretty strong gaze, even with his eyes down. Be nice to sort of be given a reason to stay there a little bit longer, but otherwise everyone else said.
Great stuff. Next print, please.
That's yours?
I take it we're back in individual. They've already... This is Untitled, by the way.
Congratulations to the artist on this one. This is beautiful. It's kind of giving me creative and angel vibes and Viking vibes and kind of all this different stuff going on. I love the paper choice. I love the texture that has been incorporated obviously in the paper choice and in the actual image itself. The only things that I find that I'm fighting with the dark lines and the dark bits of texture that you see going through the subject's body parts. So there's one just on the leg that is bent closest to the camera about mid-thigh. There's quite a dark line that goes down there. And then there's another one on the arm that's extended out. They just take me away a little bit from the beauty of and the flow of everything that's happening. Aside from that, I really enjoyed this photo. Yeah.
I've been staring at this image, and I just want to applaud the maker for, like, my mind is trying to figure out all the elements that came together to make this image happen. Is she laying on the floor and we're being photographed from above? Is she underwater? Where are we in this? And what a cool effect it's giving us. I love the treatment. I love everything like that. But I want to get back down to the styling of everything. And I feel like there's a slight mismatch in the styling. I mean, she's an outfit. There's not a lot there, but you know, the outfit that she's wearing to me conflicts with the background. How dark that outfit is, how modern, like oddly modern it is. It reminds me of like a swimsuit and she's underwater. And we were talking about some of the dark lines like from the treatment going down, but like I don't think I can say this on the broadcast. Under her top on the right side, there is a line coming through which I don't know what to technically call it. A breast line, the under boob. I'm not really sure what to say here. But I'm not sure what we're looking at. And I'm finding it distracting because she has some really cool lines, her leg and the pointing and everything like that. But I keep getting stuck back where the styling in her outfit and how the outfit is fitting her, the proper fit of that.
Yeah, this is, you know, if you look at this image and you stay purely technical, you can, it doesn't matter how good an image is, you can always start finding things. But if you sit back and enjoy and appreciate the ethereal nature and the sort of energy of the image, if you like, I find it's quite alluring. It's quite beautiful. But again, one of the things I find most common in print entries everywhere is this subtle shifts in tonal balance. And I'm not talking about colour necessarily, I'm talking about just dark and light. And we sort of work on parts of the image, and after a while we don't realise because we're so sort of engaged intimately with the image. But if you step back and you blur the whole image and just have a feel of where the highlights and that are. Now at the moment when I look at that, there's light coming from the top centre of the frame, which kind of fits in with the narrative overhead. But we do have some little hot spots like the knee and maybe the top of the thigh, maybe a couple little elements down low that are just grabbing your attention here and there. One of the things that might work with an image like this, if you are looking to improve on something that's already pretty bloody good, is to duplicate. And so if I'm just talking through a simple Photoshop process that I use a lot, where I might duplicate that image as another layer, then I would desaturate that layer so it just becomes a mono layer, and I blur that image to a point where it's no longer recognizable what's in it. So it's not completely blurred, but you just see shades of light and dark. That's all you see. And then using the principles of soft light layer or a dodge and burn layer, you invert that grayscale layer and blend on soft light. Now, of course, what happens is when you've duplicated and desaturated, you end up with a tonal map where the brightest parts of the image are lighter and the darkest parts of the image are darker. When you invert it, we now have darker areas over light and lighter areas over dark. When you blend on soft light, light areas become darker and dark areas become lighter. We reduce contrast, but we do it in a very soft way, a very overall way. Then you put a mask on that layer and bring back the areas of contrast with more intent. And it's a really nice way of finishing off pieces so that when you do have areas that are just a little bit going out of control, you've brought it all back to a more even level and then just brought out the areas that you want to bring out. Because this type of image with that beautiful ethereal palette is a work of art. And an artist, if you think about a painter, will sit in a studio and have a painting there for months and months and just go back to it as they see little things pop up. So here's a simple pro tip, very simple. When we're working on an image, our aim, if we know what the outcome or the intent of the image and what we want to communicate is, we should be working on how to increase the attractions and how to decrease the distractions. And the attractions could be expression, it could be a color, it could be a dramatic gesture. The distractions could be a spot somewhere, a highlight where it shouldn't be, extra contrast somewhere, all of those little things. So working in a way that you do that, as you get better and better in your editing, smaller and smaller things become distractions. But when you start off with an image, there's so many little distractions and big ones, you don't see the little ones until you fix the big ones. And you can keep going and it's down a rabbit hole. But that's the journey from commercial to art. When I used with the studio and I had 3 amazingly talented ladies working for me, I insisted on finishing every piece. Until one day they sat me down and said, "You're banned from finishing anything," because we'd never get work out. And our clients are arguing because they're waiting 3 months or getting upset. So there's a level you go to, but if you're looking to go to competition, that's where you need to maybe be the artist as well. That's what I'm saying. So there's little things you can do. I'm happy to talk about that if someone wants to ask. Sorry, that's a lot.
I was just thinking, oh my God, I can't wait to just like clip this bit and just this little bit of gold that you just shared. Thank you so much. That was incredible. What?
I love how that, like, I'm like, oh yeah, let's talk about the underboob.
Okay, have we all spoken on that one?
Actual, like, beautiful, like,
Did we all speak on this one?
Did you speak on this one?
I can't.
Oh, okay. Kat didn't, but she knows who it is.
You could. It's okay. Speak.
Dance, monkey, dance.
There are no rules here.
Oh, I love it when there's no rules, Sarah. How do you follow, the masterclass that Tony just gave us? But I do want to come back to the styling component. And I know we were joking a little bit like, oh, hey, we talked about this and then we went to that. But in an image like this, when we're underwater, right, and we know where we're headed because she's got this like Da Vinci moment, right, and she's beautifully positioned, and in this modern piece, we want to be able to bring the contrast that we have with the black, styling here into everything else we're bringing to the image. But instead we have this muted palette of everything, and yes, it has her to stand out, but it also works against the story, and the story of, like that just timeless piece of art. So go the extra mile with that styling, whether that is desaturating the bikini, if that's really like the next step, or picking something else entirely, so that we can just keep everything really cohesive, so that because she's standing out, it's because of her and not just because of what she's wearing.
Fantastic. And before we go to the next print, can we just have a quick picture with Alison before she leaves with her print? Is she here? Yep. Alison? Time for a picture.
when you need to print? And if so, why exactly that type of paper?
And someone else can answer the second part because I don't know why. Transparency, I'm a Canson International Ambassador, have been for quite a few years. I use Canson rag photo for a lot of my exhibitions going back 10 years or so, but in the last 6 or 7 years I've probably worked with edition etching, and the edition etching 2 is really quite, 6, 7, whatever. You know where that comes from, 6s and 7s. It's a very old thing, you were too young. So edition etching, and I used Platine a lot for that sort of alternative, little bit of luster, but I've been working with the new Righetto paper, which is unbelievably beautiful, particularly if you're using mono. But a lot of the papers, it depends when you make them big. So some of the images that I do, where they might be 60 inches, I like that extra texture that something like edition etching would give. The Somerset's papers have a little bit of texture in them as well. And I have used aquarelle, but I find the aquarelle details, the sort of textural qualities within it, sometimes overshadows the little bits of detail. So edition etching 2 is my safe space.
Anyone? No? Okay, I tell you my go-to place, which is the Arch 88, if anything, because it's the closest thing to the watercolor paper that I use, which is a smooth satin surface. So it's basically the same thing. To be fair, I've used watercolors on the Arch 88 and then don't go anywhere because of the primer. So you're like, you can't brush the colors around. But that being said, the texture, the surface, the white point is exactly the same. So for me, it's just like being home. So it's amazing, and actually suits almost any type of photography, almost. With that being said, I think we are back online. Oh, speaking of arty stuff, Richard.
I'm going to give you a little tip on that watercolor deal. If you'll take and order some Daniel Smith watercolor ground, transparent watercolor ground, you can roll that over that print and you can work on it just like watercolors. You're welcome.
Sounds like you tried. So with that, sorry, my shoulders. With that, let's go back in track. Yeah. Jerry, for how long can you be here? Like, would you like to join the panel? Really? Till the end of time? Amazing.
Fantastic. We have Jerry until the end of
no less
today's
than Jerry Guion is
show.
with us, guys.
Hang on a sec. So Tony's a sir, Kelly's a dame, Jerry, Lord Jerry. We're getting there.
Dario, what print?
Coming soon. Yeah, we're good. So this is Creative Portrait, Untitled. The judges are really taking the time to look at this glorious picture.
I will say the impact of this is pretty magnificent. And the eye peat feathers situation
like is really terrific, especially in contrast with the bright teal in the background. We'll say though the pose is a little squared off for me. I would love to see a little bit more of like hip movement, so we get more of an S instead of blocking straight up and down, because her right arm, the tattooed arm, right, is running straight across the midsection and blocking the smallest part of her, which is taking away any shape that she may have had. And so it's, if we could just bring some hip motion in there, right, and maybe tilt her forward a little bit, you would have had a lot more range versus it just being so straight up and down. But yeah, beautiful tonality.
Yeah, congratulations to the artist on this one. This is a beautiful feminine looking image, and I have to agree with Kat in terms of the pose. I'm seeing the red on the eyes and the red lips and the nose and everything, and it's all very feminine, and the body away from the light and the head back in, and that jawline, it's beautiful and it's soft and feminine. But then you look down just a little bit, and then you see quite a harsh, more masculine sort of pose there, with the widest part of the wrist and obviously the other arm covering the smallest part of her waist. And to me, the pose just conflicts a little bit with, the bottom half conflicts with the top half a little bit. I'm willing to bet that underneath her skirt she's standing equally weighted, which is not going to give us any more shape, and it's going to keep her looking rectangle. So I would suggest turn the body just a little bit more towards the light, just a little bit, and then soften the hand on the shoulder by rotating the wrist and changing that pose with the hand across the bottom, so it's not, covering that trim area. And by doing that, by shifting the weight to one side, we're going to give us a little bit more hip as well. And I think just those little changes in pose are going to really make a difference and bring the feminine element back to this, which I think with those subtle changes would make it beautiful. Yeah.
I'm really enjoying the styling of this image. I would just want to dive into the maker's brain just a little bit to can you imagine having that beautiful headdress piece and you get to design a whole session based around that. That being said, is going in, everything we're seeing here, the headpiece is such a strong element in this, and I'm getting taken out. I love her lips. I love everything about that. If we go up to the top of the headpiece where her hairline is, there's a tiny piece of skin that's just kind of poking out from there. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. And just a small thing in Photoshop would just be to go in and just, if you're on set and you see it, you could maybe adjust the feathers just a little bit, add in one more feather there, or perhaps in Photoshop is just clone in to get that bright spot of her forehead out of there, because I don't think you need it for this image, this particular styling of everything, because there's no other part up there. And then we move down. I love her outfit. I love the tattoos. I love the attempt the maker did to bring those tattoos back in, because we're tempted to keep that arm back, with that pose and everything like that. But it's the little finesses that my other fellow judges already talked about, finessing everything. But I love the attempt made to get those tattoos into the full styling and everything, because I don't think they take away from this image at all. But I also lastly just want to address down at the bottom of the skirt is the brightest part of this image. And sometimes I feel like a broken record when we say these things, but my eye wants to stay up and play in the beautiful feathers and the way her lips look and the way the light's hitting everything up there in her tattoos, but I just keep getting drawn down to the skirt, which is the least interesting part of this image.
Don't you love this sort of process and what we all see? So I'm going to come up with a different story, and that's not to discredit anybody, because everybody has justified what they've said. But I suppose it's the way my quirky head works. I try to always look at an image and assuming deliberate intent. So when I see something and I think why they've done that, not wrong, but I would have done it different, then I ask myself, why would they have done that? So the first thing that draws me in is the brightness at the back in the background, which kind of, for me, looks like it's like this like the Earth, the world, or something. It's got the colours of a planet Earth and all of that. And we've been drawn there by the reds on the headpiece. So just putting that aside, the pose is awkward. So that happens for two reasons. One, the photographer maybe hasn't quite directed strongly enough or doesn't have the experience to direct strongly enough, or the subject is awkward. And when I look at it, I'm not 100% convinced that this person would identify as she or her, and it perhaps could be a they or someone who identifies he. I'm not 100% that they were born female. Maybe they were, maybe not. But I see this contradiction of masculine feature, the tat arm, the strong hand, the bent straight elbow, the veins in the muscles on the forearm, even the jawline, when you look at it, it's quite a strong one. So I'm starting to develop this narrative as I look at it of this mask, and a mask is somebody hiding from something. And then at the bottom is this almost like a tutu. So it's like this conflict between this masculine tattooed sleeve, awkward pose, but strongish pose, protruding jaw, and even when you go to that little patch of light on there, it's sort of the hair piece or the hair line still supports that. And yet there's also these elements of femininity. So I'm getting this message or communication of confusion in this world, of somebody who's confused about identity. In terms of technical finish, coming back to what I talked about, that painting picture before, again, if we just brought out a little more detail on the left in the shadows and just took down that headpiece so we're not getting pulled up into the feathers but being allowed to stay on the face, it would give us longer to look at that expression. But that was my take on it, but it was different to what you guys saw. So I can imagine this as a, say 60 centimetre by 40 centimetre piece on a wall as a portrait of somebody who's not quite sure about their identity yet. And if this was the brief of a portrait, I'd say, wow, you've got it, because there's femininity, there's mystique, there's hiding behind, there's dresses that are feminine, but then there's a pose that says something slightly different. There's facial features one way. There's this reference to culture in the world, so on and so forth. So yeah, that's what I took.
So a question for you, because we all saw a different, maybe some of us saw one story, well, you saw another story. Would a title have assisted with how we all felt about this image? Like if this was titled The Masculine and the Feminine, or The Feminine and the Masculine, would we have all seen it more along your lines? Or with Untitled, do we feel that should it be untitled?
Yeah, so I'm someone who personally doesn't title. So even the works I entered this year, they all have titles for exhibition purpose, but I don't put it on because I don't want judges to go looking for why I gave it that title. Sometimes a title can help some judges, but I think when we judge, or when we look at it, and we do have different narratives that we draw from an image, it's important as a judge to also remind yourself, well, that's my story, but it's not necessarily the story or the intended story. So then I look at how well have they communicated a story, whether mine's right or not, doesn't matter. And for me, there's that sort of innate understanding or narrative that you draw personally because of our own biases and experiences. Then there's the technical thing of where is the light, where is the shadow, where does my eye want to go? And my eye wants to go, if I look at that and if I have no idea what I'm looking at, my eye will look at the brightness in the forearm, it'll go up to the feathers and go out to the right and to the background. And I don't think that's where the maker intended me to go. So just bring down those highlights and bring up a bit of the shadow detail and then draw me to the parts that make the most sense. And that will help me get closer to your narrative. But whether my narrative's right or wrong, if I enjoy the image and I can see it saying something, I don't mind a little bit of mystery. I don't mind being different, So, yeah, it's a good question. I'm not sure that there's an exact answer.
Cool. Next print, please. And this is entitled Isolation.
I'm going to, the support act has finished, and I'm now putting in the main event.
Okay.
I have to go and do something at 4.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay, good on you. Good on you.
Sir Tony.
Sir Tony, and welcome Lord Jerry. Isolation.
Jester.
Isolation.
I really quite like the red against the muted greens. That was a really cool choice. I think where I'm missing a bit of the beat is I want there to be some more room around the subject. If we're in isolation, right, like help me to feel it, because it's not just in what she's wearing or what she's up against, but when you feel isolated, it feels like everything and more, right? And you're just tiny speck of dust. Now, that being said, I really love the color play and the lighting here, and even the lack of contrast in the skin. The makeup styling was really, really well done. And I think overall it's quite a strong image, and I can tell this maker really enjoys going a little extra farther, right, for that darker motif. Yeah, well done.
Yeah, so I'm seeing a striking image. Obviously, the first thing you notice, I mean, she's an evil queen, or there's a moment between a moment. For me, I think that the first thing I'm looking at is it's a contradiction. The contradiction is that, again, let's call her an evil queen or whatever she is, because we've got the sclera, the whites of the eyes showing. We've got these very beautifully elegant, soft pose hands, and then obviously you've got the styling that they can be a lethal weapon. So the softness is nice, and remember that when you're talking about a feminine pose, you're tightening up everything. Everything is all tightened, and I'm not saying that only women can have a feminine pose, but when you go really, really tight with your body, it is softer. When you want to occupy more space, we consider that more masculine. So if you look at the upper part of her body, it's tight, soft, feminine. If you look at the lower part of her body, she's dropping that front knee and then she's parting it, and then it looks a little bit awkward. Now, I don't say that with disrespect, because maybe that's intentional, and that's what even Tony was saying before, is that we try to give the benefit of the doubt that someone is doing this and everything was well thought of. Now, that being said, it could be that we've done an obscure pose, there may be an oxymoron with the pose, and maybe we're leaving some wiggle room for the judge to interpret the way they want. I find those kind of images, because there's not a very obvious clear path to that pose all matching, that's when you leave a hint of doubt, and that's where you can get maybe judges scoring it, not perhaps what they want to score it. The split lighting, as you can see, certainly the fill light is giving us fill in that shadow, but it's split lighting. It actually suits the subject matter, because we're adding a little bit of a bit more bite to that light. I actually don't mind the background and the little slivers. I think that what happens is that we all want symmetry in the lines compared to the line on the other side. So an skew can do that. I think that the tightness of that negative space adds to the word isolation, but for me, this is where a title can confuse you a little bit, because something like this needs a bit of context. So when you say isolation, I'm looking for what that means. If you're isolated, would you be a queen, or would you have your hands posed like that? Would you allow your legs to relax? So I'm not quite getting it. So I think a judge hears that. If we don't quite get that interpretation, sometimes, I mean, again, I can't judge these days, but I'll often just come back and say, all right, well, let me see what you're thinking of. The ram's skull there, actually, I'll let you guys give you some juice to squeeze. Sorry.
We were just really enjoying everything you were saying. I think we're all good back there. Okay. So, everything you just said, just very dramatic. I'm looking at this image, and I just think how much fun it would be to have this amount of styling and this amount to be able to just play with in the studio. And I love the concept of the isolation. And I know we want to maybe leave more space around her so the isolation comes in, but sometimes our world gets so small when we're feeling isolated. And I kind of like the way that the maker has played with that. But it is a conflicting title. Like, you need to, if you're going to use a single word title, you have to hit with that title. I want to go back to the styling for a minute, though. As much as I love everything that's going on here, I keep looking in this figure's lap because you have this yellow light where is this yellow light coming from? It's not hitting her skin, it's not hitting her hands, it's not hitting the backdrop. And then when I go in, I'm looking at this color which doesn't belong in this palette, or maybe it does belong in this palette, but we need to bring it somewhere else in. And I'm seeing all the wrinkles in her lap, which could have been drawn out just a little bit. So there's a horizontal line going across her lap instead of the leading lines down into the ram's skull. And the ram's skull, if we're going to put something in a frame, do we put the whole thing in the frame? Do we not put the whole thing in the frame? Is there a reason it's being cropped out? I don't understand what's going on down there in the bottom.
Thanks, guys. There's only a little bit left. I really love this style of photo because it evokes a thought, it evokes conversation. You have to admire the styling and the, I guess, the thought process and the concept behind it. For me, I love the color toning. I love the complementing colors, but I want to see just a little bit more. I want to echo sort of what you guys said. For me, I almost think this is a square crop, just to give it a little bit more breathing space on both sides, and just so that we can actually see the end, to get the conclusion of that ram's head. Because for me, being cut off, I'm kind of like, we either leave it in or see all of it or take it out. And for me, I'd love to see all of it just by giving us a little bit more breathing space on the sides of the photo. The other thing that I'm fighting a little bit with is the eyes. Now, I know that seeing so much of the whites of the eyes kind of goes with the theme, and it feeds to the, I don't know what the word is, not quite human kind of scenario that I think she's portraying. But I can still see a tiny little bit of pupil, and it's because I can see a tiny little bit, it's messing with me just a little bit. I'd love to see just a little bit more pupil and a little bit less white, and easily done by just bringing those eyes back, just to ask her to look at another point, still high up, still obviously chin up, so that the lighting is beautifully lighting her face, but just a little bit more light and a little bit more pupil, I think would really help. But beautiful photo, and I commend the artist. It's striking, and it's evoked a lot of conversation here. So yeah.
Okay, and you're welcome. Sorry? Sure, no worries. Just when you need to go, just wave your goodbyes. And this is Untitled.
I think I've talked about this image with the artist or something very similar, so I'm going to leave you ladies to do it.
Man, all of the ways in which we just do it to ourselves, huh? Oof. So I have to commend the maker for that concept. You know, from self-deprecation to self-harm all the way through, and turning that into art is always a commendable purpose. Yeah, so for that, well done. That being said, that there's some lighting. The fall off at the feet is causing the skin to gray a bit. However, I think overall, I really appreciate the tonality, especially it's pretty monochromatic. We have a gold and gray throughout. With the storytelling, it's not about having anything pull you out of what's happening. Oh, interesting. I will let you speak to that shortly. I love the impact, though. I love it. But moving in storytelling is so valuable, and the fact that at no point through all 5 of these pieces is she connected with the camera. She is connected with herself in every single frame, and there's something to be said for that, where you can evoke that sort of response, a visceral reaction, without actually having your subject connected to the viewer. That goes a long way.
Turn the microphone away from your conversation.
It's such a privilege to be able to sit here and just have no time limit to sit and enjoy an itch. Just staring at this, like when it first came up, I'm like, oh my gosh, like, is this about self-harm? Is this about all these things? And I echo everything that you've said about this, everything down to the posing and everything like that. And I believe everyone can see that, everything's been printed on white. And the way we present our images is part of how we judge an image. And I was holding up the black mat to go around it, and I just think I would love to see this completely finished and what the actual print would look like with the presentation and everything on it. And if I was the maker, I would make sure that we're going in and using a darker mat or something to make sure that the white isn't pulling us from the image. So the white around it now is pulling us completely out of this. But if we hold up the black in front of it, we really get to appreciate all the work and all the highlights that went in, even to the tip of the sword. They've popped in these little highlights and everything there, which is quite beautiful. I would like to see this more as like a 16:9 crop, I think. I feel like I love the amount of space on the top, the amount of space on the bottom, but on the sides I'm feeling like I'm being closed in, and I almost just want a little bit extra in there to let it breathe just a little bit.
Yeah, great comments. Like I said, I'm sure I've critiqued this with the individual artists, but maybe for the sake of the audience who weren't part of that conversation, just to add some further thoughts. Obviously, it's about self-harm and the way one sees themselves and everything like that. And again, this could be intentional, but she's posed too pretty for the pain that she's in. I think that was my biggest problem with it. And then, is that intentional? Certainly. The photographer said, let's make her look pretty. Pose one leg and the other, put the shoulders back, lean forward, go on point, all those kinds of things. So if that was done intentionally for purpose, I'm trying to work that out, and I feel like I need more pain in her face. I think that the facial expressions is such an easy way to express emotion, and the hands also, but if you make them look too pretty, and this is about what it's about, then that's an issue. Also, I feel that we're sort of makeshifting what's happening with the sword. And I know this might sound creepy, but I feel like a blood or an exit wound or something like that, which is reasonably easy to achieve in, whether there's a slit in the dress and then you add the blood, or whatever you're thinking of putting it in, I think would have benefited. Certainly the hierarchy and the fact that we're glorifying the figure in the middle, and there's some nice harmony where she's pointing into herself, flanking that main fulcrum, and then she's going out. It's very thoughtful. In terms of lighting, it obviously drifts a lot on the feet, and I know that many of us tend to do that intentionally so we can keep the focus on the eyes, but it just feels just a little bit, and I don't want to, the word clumsy, that's no disrespect. I think that we focus mainly on the upper part of the body, but maybe we just let that go down to the feet. But it stirs a lot of emotion, and certainly when you're doing that, you're making judges feel something, and we're well on our way to looking at it as a, you know, that close boundary of 80 and above and even further.
Great stuff. Thank you, Jen. Back into your print handling role. You're good at this. How long have you been print handling? 5 years. You learn so much though, right? It's the best. The best training. Individual Alley is the title. Individual Alley.
So when you're photographing a person, unless you're doing like a shoe campaign or something like that where you're advertising something or it's commercial in some ways, whenever you put a body part that should be more subordinate to the face, closer to the camera, you're going to focus on that. Now, yes, the foot's closer, and yes, it's more pronounced, but it's also darkened dramatically, so we don't have detail there. Now, is that intentional? I don't know. The first thing that I see is lots of darkness all around, not much detail in those shadows, and I'm not one to make that comment on every single image. I don't have to have detail in all the blacks. I don't have to have detail in the whites. What happens if you're photographing an overcast sky? What happens if you're photographing black velvet? Like, it's okay. The problem this is causing in the styling, what's happening is she's putting her arms on that chair, and we're foreshortening her arms, which basically makes her arms look less long, and it blends in. And then the way she's sitting, we're making her look dramatically shorter. Now, I'm not saying that every image intentionally has to be, we're making everyone look pretty and handsome and all that kind of stuff, but when it's distracting, then it takes away from that expression in the face, then that's when it can be problematic a little bit. Obviously, you've got that little bit of a highlight on that shoulder, and then it drifts off dramatically to the shadow. So that can cause a bit of an issue. Certainly that strong horizon line chopping into the head is a problem. I always say, like, you know, when you think of a bust that has head and shoulders and chest, we cut below the chest and above the elbow. That gives us a cropping rule, but also a horizon rule. And if you're cutting it intentionally, it has to be mysterious, mischievous. There is something going on there. Also, judges have always looked at sconces on the wall and says, oh my God, it's brighter than the subject. Well, no shit. If you've got a light in the light source in a particular photograph, usually it's always going to be lighter. So if you burn it down too much, it's going to be a problem. So I have no issue with the fact that there's no detail in that in the globes. I just think that's logical and obvious. The fact that there's a bit of a glow that happens, you know, is fine. The texture looks, I don't know how that texture, that, you know, those horizontal, I don't know whether it's banding because of exposure, or whether that's there yet. No, there's horizontal lines behind the sconces. You see how that's just texture. Oh, that's wallpaper. Oh, there we go. From back here, I was far away from it. Yeah, that's wallpaper. Also, so let's assume that the pose was a touch more refined, the lighting was a bit more even. That top line is giving us a bit of an issue. This is the point. Whenever you look at an element in an image, if it's not a positive, it almost certainly may be a negative. So when in doubt, go without. If it's not adding any flavor, take it out. There's a bit more juice there. I'm sorry to go on there, but yeah.
I want to applaud the maker for entering, because I feel like there's so many elements here with just a little zhuzh, just a little bit of this. You're so close on everything. It's clear the maker has taken into consideration all of the elements, as in they have styled it. They have made a deliberate lens choice. They have made the effort to put the human in between the two sconces to try to balance everything out in the frame. They lit it. How many entries do we see where we even forgot to light it? It's the little nuances. If you go in and you look at her beautiful face, whatever lighting they're using isn't the quite correct device to soften the light on that face. There's a lot of harshness and everything there, and we could fix it in post. We could smooth out her skin and everything like that and fix those highlights in post, but just putting a different modifier on our light when we take the picture is going to help assist us when we go into post to do all those things. But I really want to applaud the maker for trying to get all of these elements working together, because you're so close on all of it, is just keep pushing through. And again, I love the lens choice. I love the idea of it, but if we just zhuzh the pose a little bit, or we step back just a little bit, her feet won't be so close and they won't be so large in the frame. But the attitude that the maker was able to coach out of this subject, I am digging it so much. So I encourage the maker just to push this more.
Yeah, I've just been sitting here staring at it, and there are a lot of directions and things that we've addressed already. But can we just talk about like how this person is feeling this look, right? Like they're in a dress that is killer texture. We brought some fur elements into the stole and then matched them with the shoe. And she's like all in, right? And they're in this cool space, so they're like, how do we use it? How do we use it, right? And then trying to bring those textures that are in the background, like the wallpaper elements and the carving in the table. Like, this was a really valiant effort, and I really, really encourage the maker to keep going and maybe even revisit this location with this styling, with this model as that work grows. Because, you know, when we get into textures and cool versus warm, right, we have the warmth in the light and the very, very cool in the dress, and then the lighting on her face. Like, when we start bringing all of that into cohesion to really feel the story we're telling, it's going to go a long way, and that evolution is going to be awesome to see.
Good stuff. Next print, please. Just need to find this. So just go ahead and.
Yeah, you don't have it. Let me send it to you.
Okay. No, it's okay.
Okay, beautiful intimate moment here with the couple. I love joining faces like a puzzle. I've always said, like, if someone just starting out in photography, I said, if all I taught you was the following about posing, it'd be a good start. And that is normally this. If faces, bodies fit like a puzzle, it becomes aesthetically pleasing and it feels right. I love dissecting faces, and I often put the bridge of the nose in the cheek or things like that. So the way that bridge of his nose is actually framing her eyes actually is really good. And certainly intimacy with the arms. A couple things. I'm a bit of a stickler with posing and styling as well. The Apple Watch, you brought me back to earth. So things like that, you've got to take anything out that will date. I'm obviously timeless photographs are great. I also love timely portraits. Now, what is the difference? Timeless could be like I can look back at it forever and it just feels like it could have been photographed yesterday. Sometimes a timely portrait, let's say of children or where you're at in your life at the very moment, that's fantastic. You can celebrate that. Your kids are a pain in the ass. Show them as a pain in the ass. One's on an iPad all day. Use the light from an iPad and to illuminate them. Well, the father, let's say, could be an office. He works in an office, but he loves scuba diving. Have him at a desk with flippers. What I'm getting at is it's all intentional. In terms of the hands, you may see that I'm missing a left piece of my index finger. So it makes me very conscious about chopping fingers in photographs. So the way that her fingers are bent, like her hand, if the hands was like gentle and it was communicating something quite soft, it's fine. But this almost looks like she's scratching him. Obviously, she's not. Well, that's a gesture that you do as well. But when you bend the fingers in, it takes away. And like I said, after the eyes, the hands are the most expressive. So I want everyone to think of this. If you can hold this to my face. Okay, so if you're watching at home right now, in terms of posing, especially female hands, what I want you to remember is this one pose can give you 90% of the way you pose hands. So start with the hands and the biceps and then roll. Once you roll them, I want you to see that if this hand now stays exactly the same, what happens if I was holding a microphone? That's how would you hold a microphone. What happens if I was holding a champagne glass? And what happens if this hand, hold the microphone for me, if this hand was holding, let's say, a hetero couple or same sex, doesn't really matter. If this hand wanted to hold this forearm, you take it out and then boom, there it is, rather than this. And again, for a bicep, this could be, again, a girl's hand, this could be a guy's arm. If you want to put a hand on a face, all this goes back to this. So I give you these little tips and tricks so that when you're on location, again, it works. Also, whenever you're holding a partner, for example, and in this case, obviously they're wearing black, and dark on dark can be a real challenge. Sometimes even just adding a little bit of a kick, you get the best kick of light with an ice light, little bit of edge, just letting you know. It always works, but whenever a guy will hold a girl, or two girls, doesn't matter, I try not to cover up the thinnest part of the waist. In this case, it's fine, it's a bit lower, but I call it a waist of a waist. In terms of emotion, I'm always looking for believable expression. Their emotion. There's some nice emotion there. But sometimes it's on the fringe of the photographer basically said, I want you to turn your face in profile and close your eyes. Here's where it gets really interesting. If, let's say we constructed this, now we need to deconstruct it to make me feel that this is true. Now, what does that mean? Let's say, for example, I pose them like that. Let's say all the hands were nice, and let's say we had a bit of a kick of light. And then I just said, with the warmth of your faces, tell me how much you love each other. Just with the way your faces are touching. Guess what's going to happen? The brow pressure will happen. She'll turn her face in. There'll be some warmth. And then that so-called imperfection of what happens organically breaks the perfection of the shot, makes it look real, and then now you have a believable portrait. So with posing, it's not about posing perfectly, it's with intention, but if you want to look beautiful and natural, build it, break it.
Build it and break it, baby. Okay, so I think it needs to be called out for the maker that to be able to coach a couple of a little bit older age, we can tell by the gray and beard and everything like that, to have this genuine moment, like he's grabbing her butt. So I mean, for them to feel that comfortable in the studio is something to be applauded. And I'm not going to echo any further of the posing and everything like that. But I do want to point out, we do have images that we make for our clients, and we have images that we make for competition. And if we wanted to enter this couple into competition, we want to look at all the elements of everything. We talked about styling a little bit, but we want to see that if you go in close, his shirt is black like the background. Her shirt has a slight blue cast to it. So I would encourage the maker to go in and find these things and make sure her shirt matches his shirt, which matches the background, so we don't have the distraction of a little bit of that color cast there. And then it's also a little bit nitpicky. Again, I would never want to change a human body for anything, especially when we're delivering our clients' images. We can be very conscious about how parts of us look. But in this case, what I might do is, her hair is stunning. The texture, the color, and how it has this warm, like almost honey tone in it. I would probably go into Photoshop and put some of that yellow toning into his beard, because he has a very white beard there, just to bring the harmony of them together a little bit. And that's just the difference between a competition print and a print we would deliver to our clients. I would never do that for my client print, but here, as we're looking at to bring them together just a little bit more, because there is no, if we remove the watch and we maybe remove his ring, there's no other real white highlights in the image besides his beard.
And yes, the watch and the ring conversation for sure. I think we also need to remember too, when we're editing and in that post-production, we have some editing for her. There's been some skin retouching, and it's almost nil for him. Like, I can see the skin texture and imperfections that maybe she just has an incredible esthetician, but I want to see that balance. I want to see that balance between them. And Jerry, I'm actually going to push back a little bit on the head perfection there. I want to see him up just a hair. So even having him on a small apple box, just to bring him up so that the bridge of his nose is here on his wife's face versus here. That will help, especially with that diagonal line that we have with their hands and the hair hanging off of my ring. Right, but it would help with just the hierarchy there in the shapeliness of, you know, the two of them together as standing as one unit.
Great stuff. Next print, please. Yeah. And this print is called the Starlet.
So guys, obviously what we're doing right here is that, you know, certainly we're going to bring attention to some positive elements in the image, but we're also, we're focusing on critiques. I mean, it's in the name, the judging room. We're being a little bit judgy. There's a different mandate here. The way I look at this, it's like watching a movie about spiders and walking away itchy. So what does that mean? We're focusing on things that can be improved, certainly bring attention, like I said, to things that have been done well, but don't be hypersensitive with everything that we're talking about. We all wear our heart on our sleeve. This could be our image, and often it's hard to hear things that you maybe not want to hear. Or wait a second, Jerry, that was, or Kat or whatever, Jen, I meant to do that. It's sometimes, when it's for competition, it's even not the reality, it's the perception. What are we feeling? What are you meant? What are the judges meant to feel? So don't look at this and say, oh my God, my images are just, everyone's going to look for bad things. I mean, it's a breakdown. And just a bit behind the veil of what mandate we give our judges when they're judging and scoring is look very deliberately at the scoring definitions. In other words, when we judge something from a 75 to 79, it's going to be good saleable work consistent with standard professional practice. That means it's good. That's what a professional should be doing in this particular genre. When it's an 80 to 84, it's above average in most areas. We're not even saying it has to be original. It just has to be a good version of what it is. And when I say in most areas, not anything polarizing enough that it's like a dent in a Ferrari at a car show. You couldn't forgive the dent. So when you look at those things, I'm sort of giving you a bit of a warning that you're not just entering what you believe should be above average in most areas or something groundbreaking. I think that, as I said, and even in the judging, that we all need a little bit of pain. We need to enter these images, not be afraid, because what happens, the worst thing that you can get is a score that you don't want or you don't feel like you deserve, and that's okay. We all get them and we'll continue to get them, but I just encourage you that, I celebrate Dario and Sarah for this particular purpose because they have given us a platform where it can be discussed and critiqued, and like I said, guys, there's 1,400 images that are critiqued online, and you might have your favorite mentors, you might have your favorite genres, but go in there, listen to them, and combine some personal work with some paid work. And like I said, sometimes you just need that heart on your sleeve, get some judges' feedback, have a little bit of pain, because even though it stings a little bit at the beginning, you will get a lot stronger because of it. It's almost, anyway, I just wanted to give that feedback because, it's all good. I'll let you guys critique this.
The Starlet? Yes.
Correct.
She's stunning. I absolutely love the style of this image and everything that the maker has taken to pull this fun little story for this woman together. I want to remind people that we don't have to crop the image the way it comes out of our camera. We don't have to use the ratio that is on the back of the camera. I want to see this maybe as an 8x10, maybe as a 9x16. There's a stream of light. Again, we're trained to not look at the monitor, but I peeped the monitor, and it's clear that on the monitor, there's supposed to be a stream of light coming in from the right side of the frame, which is being lost on this paper choice or lost in the way it's been treated. So what's presented in front of us is what we're supposed to judge. And I don't see a stream of light there. What I'm seeing is perhaps a mistake in something. And I would choose to crop that out as an 8x10 with her face being balanced by that mirror in the back, which would be kind of a cool way to do this. If you wanted to keep that stream of light in there, or a square, yeah, and give a little more ceiling breathing space at the top. If you wanted to have a more cinematic flair to this, because we're talking about the Starlet, I would encourage her to go 9x16. Like we're peeping into a still from a movie frame, and it would just add and elevate to that story there.
And actually catching that stream of light, now that I know what it is, I was like, what am I looking at? Is that a printing thing? What is that? But I also want to just challenge the maker a little bit on the lens choice itself. I would love to see this really, really tight. Like if we brought it just right in on her, instead of having it be about this whole scene, right? And just coming in, like, tell me more about the Starlet. What is her story? What is her history? You know, is this Citizen Kane? Is this, you know, what era? And really letting, because the styling here is really cool, right? Like we have so many textures. We've got the dress with all of the sparkle and the headpiece, like everything is screaming Starlet. So that's been super thoughtful, but really like understanding how much your composition will impact the viewer's impact really goes a long way.
Yeah, I just felt like joining in. Just stepping from behind the computer, felt like joining in. Hi, everyone. Yeah, so I love this Hollywood. Let me take out my earplug. This Hollywood vibe, I'm just absolutely loving it. And I just have a few tips that I think could strengthen it. First of all, we can see, the reason I have Lightroom open is so we can see the histogram, and so that if there are any issues with print, and a lot of sunk into pure black here, which is a real problem when it comes to print competition, because it's seen as a technical error by many judges. Not always, but in a case like this, where we need to see the dress, we need to see the feet, we need to see the pose, we need to see the sofa, it's a little bit lost. But my first tip would be to just weigh out the balance of this image by using that mirror. The mirror in the background, or the frame rather, has been placed dead center and very, very close to the crop. And it's not aiding the composition because it has a central position, but it's not a central feature. If we move it over to the right, it's then providing a balance point. If you're going to use the frame, it's not necessary by any means, but if it was moved over to the right, it would then provide a balance for the very, very bright values that we have over on the figure. And so what's happening is that we're kind of leaning over, we're sort of falling over to one side, and that mirror or that frame could be used as an anchor point just to keep us weighted, and it would really balance it out. And then the second thing I would be is just to make sure, given the glamorous look, the pose is just set back a little bit. So we've just got a little bit of chin being set back into the neck, whereas really we need that nice and long, and a little bit more weight forward, so that the body is just being, it's relaxed, but at the same time it's a little bit more elegant. I do love the lower angle though, but it makes, I always love a low angle on a female image, if this is a female, but it's a feminine picture, whether it's a female or not. It's a feminine feel, and I love just giving that power just by shooting from below. So yeah, there's loads of places that go.
Yeah, I agree with all those comments. I think it's fantastic. This is not so much a critique of what's there, just a bit of a fun thing. I was doing a similar shoot, and I had a mirror like that, and then I actually saw it, and I'm like, it's a bit of a waste. Like, there was nothing interesting happening in that particular mirror. So what I did, posed her very similar. I literally grabbed her left hand to hold the mirror, put it close to her face, and then she turned back and looked at me in the reflection. So now I have a gorgeous profile, and then I have something really interesting in that particular frame, which allowed me to crop close. And again, it's not up to me to say that's what you should have done. It's more just a general conversation. Say, hey, when you've got those elements there, ask yourself, what else could I do with it? You know.
Great stuff. Next, do we have time for another one before they kick us out? Quick one. Let's go for it.
Rapid fire.
And this is Out of Time. Literally out of time.
Have to ask, is this a commentary on the current U.S. political climate? It's making me question things and am uncomfortable. So yeah, I'll commend the maker for making me question things. I really love how the lighting is working the texture of the styling, and how the makeup is standing out from all the muted tones and the lights and darks that we have throughout the image. That's really quite lovely. There is some texture in the top left that is a little distracting, that's kind of pulling me out, and I want to stay connected to her. Might even crop in a little bit tighter. But yes, I definitely want to know more.
I want to commend the maker for the square crop, first off. I love that there's just enough information and not enough information. It makes you kind of like want to stay inside the image here. But with the square crop, we have to be very careful with things that are going to be very symmetrical in the image, because our human eye just wants to make everything perfect in a way. And I'm sitting here staring into these gorgeous eyes. And when you go in close, like something just feels off when you're back here, and when you go in close, the white hat, the white drape, the white over the face is just slightly askew. So there's a little more space above what we're perceiving on the left here, the eyebrow, as opposed to the right eyebrow, which I think is making that little peephole there that they're looking through. The cheeks aren't quite there, or the head might be tilted. Something feels just off. Yeah, and there's a shadow, as Katja said, there's a shadow on the top of the left eyebrow, which again is connecting the eyebrow to the little peephole there, and you don't have the same thing on the right, and it doesn't make me feel uncomfortable, it just feels wrong, and not in a good way. Like, there's wrong things in images that are intentional, like there. And then, again, very nitpicky, but again, for print competition, we are nitpicky. We're nitpicking every little detail in this image. Is in the upper left-hand corner, on the background, there's a dot, I don't even know what it is.
I call them hutchitas.
Yeah, which she said. Up there, which we could just retouch out in Photoshop. Like, if it exists in reality there, we would just retouch that out in Photoshop. It's not needed. It's a distraction in the frame. It looks like a mistake on the print, and I went to the monitor to check it. It exists on the digital file as well.
Was there a title here? Was there a title?
Yeah, there was. Out of Time.
Out of Time. I'm trying to work out what that means. Obviously, we're all thinking it. Is this the KKK reference? if that's what we're doing, obviously having a very beautiful face behind that mask is a bit of a contradiction. Maybe that's the point. I don't know. Certainly there's those, those pieces there as well. If it's a futuristic thing, that maybe this is some kind of an alien or something like that, we've got the V, the strong V from the leading you in, and then the strong V going up. I guess that's just it. We're using something that's been popularized, certainly could be a social commentary, and we don't know how to feel about it. We don't want to feel good about it, but then we're trying to divorce ourselves from what it represents and just look at it as a piece. As a piece, looking at it, if there was no historical context, we would say this is badass, right? Your heart doesn't want to root for it, but as an artist, we want to root for it. So, and it's not up to us to judge the circumstance or what we're trying to say. Obviously, there's compelling images that, dealing with difficult subject matter all the time. I guess that's just it. There's a conflict with understanding the story and how far we go. I think if we just see it as a costume, it's a lot stronger. Those shadows of the drapery, it works well. The unfortunate thing is we have the shadows blue, and that could be a problem. So reducing the colors of those shadows, getting rid of the color in the blue can certainly help, unless that was intentional, that we've got a bit of warmth in the face, warmth in the background, and you wanted to add that for a little bit of a cinematic quality, perhaps, yeah. Yeah, blue in shadows can feel obviously cold, but in both ways, metaphorically and literally in color-wise as well. It just makes us feel that maybe the post-production wasn't thoughtful. And when I say that, we all get cold shadows, depending on how we photograph. But it doesn't mean we have to keep them there. You know what I mean? So thank you for that lead-in.
I'm getting, I know it's not a Handmaid's Tale costume, but I'm getting Handmaid's Tale vibes from this. I don't know if that might be another story. Have you watched it? Right, when they start covering their faces and they get more and more, and they're just their eyes, and it's the white thing. It's not that, but that's the vibe I'm getting, and I'm just wondering if I'd love to speak to the photographer and find out what the story is behind this.
Maker, please come
share
with us.
Yeah,
it's interesting, having seen all these images over the years and being sent to our place, literally, I think that sometimes we do something obscure, and I'm not saying about this image, but it's inspiring this thought though. Sometimes we'll do something that there's no specific sort of, how you play dot to dot? That we're doing something, but it's not crazy intentional, that maybe someone can interpret it a certain way. That being said, a predictable story is like, okay, I get it, walking down the beach. So when it's obscure like this, a few hints in the image that give us an understanding of it helps us appreciate it even more. So allowing for mystery certainly is fantastic, but yeah, it's a tough one. I find it very arresting, obviously, for what it may feel like, but looking at it objectively, very strong, very striking, very impactful, and it's the oxymoron of this gorgeous face and eyes with this sort of sinister undertone, and that V giving you a graphic sort of element certainly is very strong. So this is the kind of print that could go both ways. People are going to really, really enjoy it and then score it up, and the opposite.
Yeah, there's always the risk though that some people might go, I don't get it, therefore no score, and other people who might go, I don't get it, that's amazing, I'm asking questions. It's opened an avenue. That's art, right? It makes you ask questions. So it could, as you said, it could go either way. Dario, are we done? Theoretically, I love it when Dario says theoretically. We were talking yesterday with Vi that it's very Italian. Dario always prefaces everything with theoretically, which is very Italian because there's always an alternative. It's like, it should be done this way, but there is an alternative. But I think we've been streaming now.
You know what? We have one last one of this category.
Okay, there's one less. All right. Yeah. Are you okay to do one more? Yeah?
It's
okay.
The very last one.
It's the very last one. So let's do it. Let's do it. And we can close out the category. Oh, it's a good one too. Out of Time. Again, this is so funny. Whenever whenever we come to the end of the stream, the title is out of time. It happened yesterday. So it's a sign.
There's not much to critique here. At least from my perspective, I'm really, really enjoying it. The lighting, I think, is really pretty and beautiful. The catch lights in the eyes are pretty amazing. I don't have my glasses, so you guys might pick up on some stuff that I don't. The tickle of highlights on the back, I think it handles very well. I really enjoy that circular frame and that sort of drop shadow, along with a bit of negative space. You've got this beautiful texture in the blacks. I like the fact that there's a touch more shadow camera left on their face. This is strong. The eye contact is awesome. That brooch, I don't really, I don't know whether it's just decorative or there's a skeleton or something from here. I see it, but yeah, there's, in my mind, there's not much to critique. Does that mean it gets a 99? No. It doesn't mean it's in that award range if you were to ask me. Yes. It doesn't mean that I'm right, but I'm curious to see what you ladies believe because I'm really enjoying it.
I think there's something with the brooch because also the hair pieces as well, they mirror. Everything is symmetrical and mirrored except for, yeah. And look, the hair. Like, well, even that braid going up into, yeah. It's pretty terrific. The makeup is even just damned lovely. So like Jerry said, there's not a whole lot to critique. I mean, even just the control over the blacks and the contrast in this is really quite stunning. Now that being said, is there something, what's keeping this out of the 80 plus range? Like what advice could we give to improve upon it?
So where you guys are seeing it's utterly perfect, I am bothered by looking at it and knowing that the costuming has been flipped and mirrored without the obvious mirror and post. So for me, it makes me feel uncomfortable that it's too perfect. So I would say that if we're doing things like mirroring a costume or mirroring something like that, I want a little bit of unperfect in it. A little bit where my eye isn't seeing the exact same thing on both sides, the exact same placement, if it has been mirrored. Because it's taking me out of enjoying the moment. The other thing that I'm noticing is on the background. Again, this is if I had to be very nitpicky about this. I love this. I love the toning of it. I love the fullness of the face. I love the lips. Oh my gosh, I love the lips. I just love so much about this. But you're asking me to be nitpicky. You're asking me to do this. There's a texture on the background. And it appears to be missing, again, if we've flipped, I'm assuming the maker has flipped part of the image. We're making that assumption. We don't know that. But if you look between, in this area here, there's texture in the background, and then in this area here, it's smooth. There's no texture in there. I would caution the maker that when you are putting a texture on things is make sure it feels right throughout all the elements.
A quick little tip. So I appreciate what you're saying too. So obviously without my glasses I can't see perfectly, but even back here, the telltale signs is that you look to the left, look to the right, and you see an obvious piece that's a little bit different, and oh yeah. Now, is that a problem? Well, if in our rules, if you mirror part or half of an image, not for corrective purposes, it may go in the creative division. Does that make it tough or being in a bad score? No, not necessarily. If you're going to do this and it's within the rules and we put it in a certain category, break it. Break some obvious, maybe, nudge one thing higher left and right. Maybe take a bit of texture down on a few of those things. So once that happens, you throw the judges off the scent. You're not fooling them. It has to go through Melissa and myself before it gets accepted in a particular category. In other words, it may be that we, deem it that this has to go in the creative division, but that's okay. Once it's looked at, we can judge accordingly. But if there is, it's almost like you're not trying to fool a judge. It's more just, well, why didn't you do that in camera? Why wasn't there a complete outfit? Were you masking something? And I'm not saying that we're deliberately looking for something bad. It's more just, what are you know what I mean? You're giving us a sort of a reason to question why this was mirrored rather than styled the way it was. That being said, I look back from here, I'm really enjoying it. Like I said, I think it has a lot of impact, and whether we're looking at an evil queen, whether we're looking at someone sinister, but it's been handled well, and I get it. Styling like this to get two pieces exactly the same or whatever. And this is the thing: if you can't make it perfectly symmetrical in real life, but you didn't want to manipulate it too much, then go completely opposite. Make it different enough to make me feel that it was done on purpose and not by mistake.
Yeah. Jen?
Can I just throw one other thing in there? I want to caution the maker, the catch lights in the eyes. I treated it and handled very well, but I would just go in and maybe blur and soften it. You can see the way you've lit it in the reflection there. So as judges, we see it from afar and then we go in super close, and to see how it's lit can sometimes be disappointing because we just want to keep getting lost in. I mean, the skin tone is just delicious. Can we just, I'm just obsessed. I want to have that smoothness of the face and everything, but I want to have that jawline, yeah. I mean, I just want to go in there and, again, just smooth out where we can see and predict how it was lit so we stay lost in this moment. And the circle there just keeps bringing us back just right to that face.
Yeah, the reason it's so great to be picky in this context here, in this safe space, is because the viewers and the participants and the entrants get to see into the judge's brain, because that's what's happening. We see so many images. We're judging all year round in different competitions. We're seeing hundreds of images, if not thousands, and we're trained to just immediately go into something. And I think a lot of people don't realize that because they don't have that experience. And so what we're attempting to do here is just share that, so that you can understand what might be causing a judge to not score it as high as they want to, or as the potential has. And just on a final note, you mentioned that the blacks were handled, right? How beautifully this is. We can see everything. It still looks like black. It doesn't look like grey. But check out the histogram. That's where black should be in order to print. So just bear that in mind, because it's something that Dario and I come up with again and again and again. This struggling with printing. It's too dark. Everything's lost, and it's the paper, and it's the printer, and it's not. It's us. It's photography. We have the power in our hands. So it's right there. And so just go back to the histogram. So with that, guys, we are going to call it a day. We've been streaming for nearly 6 hours, and I just want to thank you all for coming.
I don't know if you guys have been thanked yet properly by, all I want to say, guys, is that I remember doing this the first year on the trade show floor, and it was crazy difficult. It's a long process. You've got to be nurturing, all that kind of stuff. And then last year, we just had too much on our plate. And then you guys said, well, where's the critiques? And I said, it was just too much for us. And then you guys said, we'll do it. I go, really? So I know that you're doing this, in different parts of the world, but in this part of the world, you're doing it in the spirit of Icon. We appreciate you guys. This adds an extra element that we just don't have, in this capacity. Certainly there's critiques online, everything like that, but you're a gift to the community, you're a gift to everyone that you're teaching, and you're a gift to Icon. So thank you for going out of your way to do this for the community and to build the experience literally opposite this incredible gallery and offering beautiful value. So on behalf of Icon and the community, thank you for what you're doing. You are a gift. Thank you.
You're very, very welcome, but we really couldn't do it without all the judges showing up, because seriously, my fear was that it would just be me and Dario. like, oh my God. So yeah, thank you guys. And with that, we'll wrap it for today.
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you,
Amazing.
everybody.
Thank you so much.
You.